Hello? Hello? We should wait for about a minute. The only microphone that's working is the top one. It's about 50 seconds.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was measuring that. I wanted to do that to measure it. So the only microphone working is that one.
No, this.
I was testing it. Didn't. I mean, for the input there. Well, we're gonna say some. I'm just gonna start saying things to test, and the delay between the video and the stream is about 50 seconds. Oh, it's great. Let's turn this one on. To test, and the delay between the video and stream is about 50 seconds. This is also a test, and as a test, it shall be tested. 1, 2, 3. We have tested the microphone. This is also a test. Great. And as a test, it shall be tested. Let's try seeing how the projector works. The microphone is here. Yeah. Yeah, the stream. We can test just to see how it looks. And let's see how I look pretending to give it. So we have to ask people to stand either here or here. Right. I'm checking the stream to see what works. Yeah, it looks great.
I will send you presenter.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
And
So what I'm gonna do is
everybody must speak to microphone.
yeah. I'm gonna make sure people speak to the microphone. Let's keep it pointed here now. I'm gonna put a couple of graphics on there since we cannot use them on the screen.
I'm going from presenter now.
Great. I'll be here. start talking. It's going to be very natural because the computer is here. So normally we're going to want people to be here. They can be on the other side. We're going to have the thing, presenter thingy. There's two microphones, just in case. There's this one, that one. Both of them work nice. Supposedly. I'll show you how to turn it on. Come. So this one, there's a button here. You press for a couple of seconds, and it should work. There. It has a short start delay. And then we turn it on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so. Do you want me to copy some files there? Do you have the files? We should copy them right away. Carol, um, yeah, do you have the camera? Are you gonna go bring it up or? Yeah, I brought another. like 5 seconds. Less than 5 seconds.
Okay, so for
Then,
yes.
if you want to turn it off.
Oh, I thought it was work. I got happy at this pointer, but
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah. Look,
have
no,
another one.
they gave us this one.
Okay, because I
Here.
have that wasn't how it was happening.
Should have all the functions. Let me just
It's
remember
just
how it works.
if there's a delay like that, it's
This one should be able to control everything, but I think it got disconnected. Maybe it turns. Oh, it doesn't really matter. Oh, it's because of this thing. Do you know how to say stopwatch in Czech? I don't know how to say stopwatch in Czech.
stop watching.
Stopwatch. Like a countdown clock.
Yes, just a mirror.
Uh-huh.
Something.
Mm. I wanted to see if we could just put a stopwatch here, but we might have to download one.
Are
Or
you sharing today?
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm not sharing today. Also, look, this is another thing I just did. So we have duplicate display, which means the presenter sees exactly what they see here as there. But I have it on extended display. So if you open, say, a PowerPoint, I'm putting all the PowerPoints here. Let's just go with mine. If you open it
Mm-hmm.
and you go to the play, you get, and we should recommend people use it like this instead of, because this is just much better. You get to see your next slide and everything. And in theory, it usually just shows the PowerPoint, doesn't show anything, any clutter, any extra clutter.
I think it's good, Claudia, if you stay here all the time if there is any technical problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I most likely will.
Okay.
If I have to run home, it's so close that it doesn't really matter. Oscar, hola.
Hey,
¿Qué tal? Bienvenido. Okay, we should probably switch to English now. No problem. Just not to be rude.
There is no problem. It usually says this, but okay. Huh. Of course, I should give it my own name.
Yeah. Or just copy it to the desktop, and I'll make sure that it goes in the folder where we're putting the presentations.
I will just write my name, and the rest you
Sure.
can arrange.
Oh, there's this is a check keyboard thing. This is where.
All right. Okay.
I, you need to copy your presentation. Right. You said that you want to use your computer, right? It's a Mac. Does it have a USB-C port? So I have a way to connect it.
Oh. Could you tell me which one
No, this is
I'm
not
supposed to take out?
You can take.
Because both are Kingston. Is this drive
You can
D
remove
or
both.
E?
I'm not sure which one is which. Probably E. So
E.
let me think for a second, and we'll figure out how to get it. But we can move the if you're comfortable, we can move the presentation from here to here through a USB drive. If you're not comfortable with that, we can try to figure out how to connect. Yeah, yeah. It should work in theory. Great.
That's mine.
Okay.
Put it wherever you wish.
So I'll just remove this one. Go ahead. So let's do it first. Come here quickly. Coffee is in the other room. You go outside, take a left. You're gonna get a little. So that's one of the common problems that happen. I have the same problem here with with my presentation, I had a font that's not on this computer. That's why I just don't. You can.
It's a bit weird using another computer, like driving someone else's car.
Yeah.
You know? It's
And
confusing.
PowerPoint is, well, at least it's not Comic Sans.
It was Comic Sans over there.
Yeah. So you got your notes. You just
Oh,
go
okay,
through
I got
the
my
presentation
notes.
so that you feel comfortable.
And
We are going to also use this here if it works.
no, I think I'll prefer to use this. Just let me get this. Mouse is very sensitive. Okay, and then to go to the next one, just this.
Yeah. Or you can just press this one.
Okay, I'll do that.
Makes it a bit easier.
I'm just going to practice a little bit.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there a trick to this? I never use a mouse. I'm trying to get back over here.
You can scroll. If you
Oh.
get them, go back. We go back. If you go here, you scroll.
Okay, scroll like
Makes it
that.
easy, yeah.
Okay, so
So one thing is that since we're in presenter mode, if you take the mouse too far to the right, it will disappear. It will be on the other screen.
so I should keep my mouse right
Around- yeah,
here,
as- yeah.
and then scroll, and then go forward
Yeah.
with this thing.
Yeah. Let's see if the video works properly.
Interesting. This goes with this, but this is the next slide. So that's just showing me what's up next.
Yeah, that's what's great about presenter mode. You're ahead of the game, so to speak.
Okay.
I really like using presenter mode, especially when I teach.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, I'm kind of getting used to it.
Wait. It has audio, right?
Not for these. This is quiet. Yeah. But
I was finding out that I need to fix.
no. I took the audio out because it was music that was really annoying. Oh, so how do I get it to play? So this one is not
It's automatic
playing.
usually. When
This one is not moving.
Oh. Is that a GIF or is it a video?
It's a video.
Let's.
Oh
look
wait,
at
there
it.
it goes.
Oh, it's moving. Yeah.
Huh,
you're
I
right.
wonder why it didn't move before. Okay. All right. Well, I
You
just
need
wait
to
for
give it a
that.
second.
Okay.
I saw you in the street a couple days ago. Yeah. It was you. I was thinking, but you
I like the fit.
glasses.
It's called a fit. I know because my son. He's, okay. All right. So, get me out of this, and
Okay.
everything is fine. It's wonderful, and I don't.
That's funny. Yes. If you go to the left, there's going to be a lot of coffee there waiting for you. It's always a problem with PowerPoint. Usually I prefer making. Yeah. Same. We can check it out. Give me a second. I'm organizing files.
And how are slime molds doing?
I'm not the slime mold guy. That's Oscar. Oscar Castro.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
No worries. So,
Is he going to come,
yes,
Oscar?
yes,
Yeah.
he will. So we're using presenter mode. If you have notes, just press up here.
This one.
Yes. And you get presenter mode, and your
Okay.
presentation looks completely normal behind you.
All right, wonderful.
Just make sure.
All right, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. I
Great.
don't want to
No worries. no
show
worries.
it.
Yeah. We
before.
need to keep the interest high.
Yeah. So you are actually organizing this since years online.
I did
Or-
it in 2020. We did the online conference.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was
So that's not really.
that was that computer did it basically. Now we got a real setting for
Yeah,
everything.
it's wonderful.
Yeah, beautiful.
So
right?
this is actually
Yeah? No, presenter is there. Presenter is
We're still not sure. It will depend on the presenter because the slides are here, and some of them have notes. Some presenters will have to like read from the computer, so it
say,
depends on the presenter.
they all three already are here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you are sitting nearby,
Yeah.
say for technical help.
Yeah.
Right. Now, okay, because they may not find that. You'll open for them, maybe just
It's not going to be a
just a
problem.
file.
I'll
Okay.
be paying attention.
Okay. Good. Very good.
Great. You'll see. Yeah. You look fine. Which is Josh, do you want to check your presentation? So, we're using presenter mode, so you're. Oh, great. This is not working. I'm gonna have to ask the technician why it's not, but they should be getting it to work.
So, but
Just,
I could.
just make sure that your slides look the same or at least closer to what you want. And if you have notes there, that they look good. Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
I don't know why, but it's not working. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Do you have your presentation?
Dude, you have is it pointer?
Computer?
Can pointer turn the screen off for a minute?
We are going to have it, but they are changing the batteries.
Okay.
So this
Very
is
good.
the thing for the presentation. You can connect yours.
You got one here? Okay, thanks, Claudia. Oh, man. No sleep again. The usual. Up all night before the presentation. Nonsense. You would think, I'm 20 years out of graduate school. You would think I would stop doing that now. But perhaps
It
not.
never stops. It never stops.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to use the mic today. I'm actually
We have two mics. So we have this one, and this is for the presenter.
Claudia, I'm helpless. Ooh, that thing is hot. Claudio, sorry. Sorry, Claudio. I need your help. Sorry, Claudio, I need your help.
Oh, okay.
I can't get this. Where's? Oh, okay. We're using this. Claudio. So I need to. This goddamn thing is password protected, bit locked, as it were. So it would be this, right? So okay, good.
Yeah, numbers.
Yeah. Don't leave
No,
me,
no, no.
Claudio.
Here. Now
Okay.
the numbers are working.
No, they're not.
You should. Okay, so let's do it with this one.
Wait, here.
The
Let me
numbers.
put it here, Claudio.
Mhm.
Sometimes I gotta put the
Yeah,
cursor
yeah.
there. It's a piece of crap system. My university it demands it. Sir. Yes, sir. Very good. Ah, good to see you. So sorry. All right. What's the problem here, Claudio?
If you have any Z or
10.
Y letters.
Yeah, P U K E Y.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's not a one. That's a Z here. So if you wrote it, you have to use this one. This is a Z in the Czech keyboard.
Okay, here, hold on. I'm going to do it again. Y. I'm going to tell you the password. Sit down.
Okay,
It's not
I'll forget.
It's my universities. Yeah, it's ridiculous. 10. BU.
B.
B. U. K-E-Y. B-U-K-E-Y again. B-U. K-E-Y. Backslash.
Oh, backslash.
It's
Oh,
the
yeah,
front
yeah.
slash,
That's
front slash.
that's not the front slash here. I
Okay.
think it's this one. Wait, let's just.
It's probably the front slash that's giving you trouble. Oh, there it is. No, this should be an E.
Oh.
B-U-K-E-Y. B-U-K-E-Y.
Let's see if I
Can you
got
show
the
it
right
again?
one.
Yeah. E-Y.
I
And E-Y twice.
The-
E-Y.
I-
It's displayed.
Is it?
It's a quiet
No.
writing.
Okay.
All right, Y.
Here?
Y backslash, yes. Y forward slash.
Let's
Take it from the top.
10.
Go
10.
all the way back to 10. Get rid of everything. Start new.
10.
Can I see it as you do it? B. Small b, but it doesn't matter. Maybe
Oh,
this.
it
Maybe
does
case
matter.
Okay. Small b, U, K, E, Y, B, U, K, E, Y, slash.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Claudia.
That was painful.
Oh, yeah.
And also,
You think
since
that
we
was
have to
painful? Wait to
keep
see the
pressing
presentation.
Shift here.
So where do you want this, Claudia? Over here?
Yeah, just copy it wherever.
Okay.
Copy it.
Right here?
Yeah, if you copy it
Okay.
there, that's great. So
And I got a little opening.
Copirovat? This one, Copirovat. It's
Okay.
kind of easy if you think about it. Copirovat.
Yeah.
Copy.
It just doesn't drag and drop though, huh? Quite all right. Just in case I use this quote for opening, I may not. Okay, very good. Thank you, Claudio.
Okay,
And now
we can-
eject this
Yeah.
fang.
Let's use the menu down here. It's a bit easier.
Yeah.
Yours is 30 gigabyte 22E.
Yeah.
There we go.
All
Now we
right.
can take it
Hey,
out.
thank you.
think it's time to begin. And so we welcome you with the words from our head of department, Ludmila Latskova.
Thanks. Thanks, Claudia. So it is a huge pleasure for me to open gatherings in Biosemiotics 2022. We have already a very nice weekend passed with a great workshop organized by our dear colleagues from Texas Tech University and our colleagues from Charles University in Prague. And I want to especially thank to all the students who came for this occasion from Tartu University in Estonia and from Aachen University in Germany, and then our dear colleagues from Brazil, Sao Paulo. So I will be very short because we have many speeches to be said. So I would just like to say welcome to the Faculty of Arts, Palacký University in Olomouc. And I want to now let our Vice Dean, Christina Solomon, to welcome you on behalf of our faculty.
Good morning. So you might have noticed I'm not the dean, I'm his substitute for today. He's sending his best regards. He's in Italy on business at the moment, and I bet he regrets he cannot be here, so at least his best regards. I'm really happy to see so many people from all around the world. I'd like to wish you a very, very successful conference, many inspiring papers and interesting conversations, and I hope you can start a very fruitful cooperation today for the future. I'd like to thank you, all the members of the team, for having organized such a huge event. I have organized many conferences myself, and usually I'm absolutely knackered after 3 days, and your conference is more than a week. So really great respect, and thank you for having organized something like this. And we really, really pleased having you here in Olomouc at the Palacký University. We are quite small university, a small town, but we can be very charming. So I'm really, really pleased having you here. And again, I wish you all the best, good luck, get inspired and enjoy.
And so we welcome the first chairs of the whole conference, Caleb Cool and Don Favreau.
So, dear friends, this is now 22 years since we started our gatherings in Biosemiotics, and going now deeper and deeper in this richness of meaningful life itself. So to understand it, to share our understanding of it between us, and to help each other in understanding, that's our aim. So, and as those who know the importance of being part of life, of ecosystem, we know how important it is to feel the place. And the place here, Czechia, is indeed special. On the history of studying life, history of biology, so important discoveries, understanding happened namely here. Let's remember Evangelista Pourquenier, due to whom we have the term protoplasm, or Gregor Mendel, who discovered the rules of heredity, or Emmanuel Radl, who wrote one of the very first history of theories of biology, or Zdeněk Neubauer, who was the real teacher of the current generation of biosemioticians here. Plus to biology, this is also a very special place in terms of semiotics, since Prague Semiotic Circle has been most influential and has really is influencing semiotics up to date. So let's use this rich heritage, rich legacy, and feel together with it being part of it. So Don will continue.
Indeed. Thank you, Kalevi. Normally I would not be so grandiose, but I think we need to measure up to the honor we've been given to be here. Now, there was a little discussion over the last couple days of an excellent pre-gatherings workshop. 22 years on, I remember Anton teased us, you're still asking this question? What is biosemiotics? Is it a science? What kind of a science? Is it a metaphysics? What kind of a metaphysics? Can it account for science and science? 22 years we've been here. It's a conversation for me. You don't have to take my view of it, but I offer it if you wish. It's a conversation of friends. What might be the case? As Peirce tells us, we don't know how the signs will develop. Our job here is to do our best so that the signs are put in place for those who come after us. For our grandiose quote, I will start the way David Savan starts his great book on Peirce, with a quote by Walt Whitman. And Savan says this. He says, were you thinking that those were the words, those upright lines, those curves, angles, dots? Those are not the words. The substantial words are in the ground, in the sea, in the air, and in us. And yet, he urges us, keep saying, sayers, keep singing, singers, pile the words of the earth, delve, mold, work on age after age. Nothing is to be lost. It may have to wait long, but it will certainly come in use. When the materials are all prepared and ready, the architects will appear. Let us once again spend this week to prepare the ground, to do the best we can, to try to build the materials that perhaps long after we're gone, someone will be able to really do something productive with. And we'll know that what we did here played its small part in the development of those more developed signs. With that, we welcome you to the gatherings in Biosemiotics, and let's begin.
So we will have 3 talks in this first session, and the very first will be Claudio Rodriguez. The talk is titled "The Role of Metaphors in Model Building Within the Sciences of Meaning." The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, it's kind of hard to follow up from such a beautiful introduction. I don't think I have inspiring words for anyone, sadly. In fact, I don't think I can follow up to the grandiose setting that we're in. But I'll try to be as entertaining as possible, if anything. Now, one short remark that I want to make. The city of Olomouc is called Olomouc. It's not Olomouc. Just so that we're all on the same page. The university is Palacky, not Palaki. The city is Olomouc. Just as a beginning remark, I think it's important to know that where we are standing is also a city of a lot of history, a lot of conflict between the Austro-Hungarians, the Germans, the Czechs, the Poles. Who knows? So many of them. And in the same way, I want to talk a bit about a kind of conflict that emerges within the way we try to deal with meaning. As you see, my presentation is called Metaphors in the Sciences of Meaning. I added those extra words for padding, but basically it's just metaphors in the sciences of meaning. And you may realize it doesn't say anything about biosemiotics, but meaning is sort of an important word for us, I believe. So this presentation is, as most presentations tend to be in these settings, about meaning. But more specifically, I want it to be about the things that we study when we try to study meaning, no matter what we think meaning is supposed to be. Another thing that this presentation is about biosemiotic explanations. I know I said sciences of meaning, but we're in a biosemiotics conference, so I'll make it about biosemiotics properly. So I want to also take into account something regarding metaphors as a way of explanatory devices for biosemiotics and other things that may study meaning. But let's start with the first one, the sciences of meaning. What do I mean by that? It seems fairly obvious, though. Though I think we should all be on the same page regarding the history of biosemiotics, how we came to be undone in some degree by the distinction that has happened lately in the construction of different disciplines. Biosemiotics is not just biosemiotics, right? We have code biology that in the past I've called an offshoot of biosemiotics, though I've been severely corrected on that by people who are working on code biology, if you understand the nuance that I'm trying to use here. So, what is a science of meaning? Let me start with a different question. Is there methodological unity in biosemiotics? If we let that sink in for a second, we'll realize probably not. There's very little on the way of methodology that we share. That does not mean that there isn't methodology in biosemiotics, but there's no unity in the methodologies that we use across the different points of research that we use in biosemiotics. I know that sounds kind of bleak, but it's not necessarily a negative thing. There is another thing for us. There's topical unity. As I mentioned, we all deal with meaning in some way or another, right? Meaning is seemingly very important for whatever it is that we want to say in biosemiotics. But also, it's very important for people doing code biology and people who will be doing things in the future that will not be called biosemiotics, but will be called in similar ways. If you look at the debates in the main trends in the debates of the philosophy of biology, you will see that we share a lot of points in common. If you go into the annals of history of biosemiotics, you'll see that we share an enormous amount of concerns. We just don't have a good connection to what people are doing in the philosophy of biology. The debates on evolution, we have our own debates on evolution, and they sound nothing like the debates on evolution that they have there, but they are very similar at the same time. It seems as if we have nature and culture as a strong divide in a way. I just wanted to illustrate the difference with two pictures that I took. It's just showing off. But there's another word that I just used besides meaning. Science, right? And that's a hard one. Because the concept of science is always very fuzzy. It depends on where we are in the world, what language we speak. Our concept of science will not be the same for everyone. If you are a German speaker, you will think that science covers more than if you are an English speaker or a Spanish speaker. Because in English and Spanish, we tend to think of science as a more reduced field of action, whereas in many Slavic languages, in Estonian, in German, science tends to be a more general concept. Sure, we have the social sciences in English and in Spanish, but you know, is biosemiotics a science? Is semiotics a science? We've had this discussion in the past. Semiotics has been considered a science at some point. It's been seen as, when it shared some ground with things like cybernetics and information theory, it was seen more as a science. But then as time passed, this connection started to become strained to the point where we don't really have it anymore. And so if you see recent accounts of the place of biosemiotics in our current situation, you will see that it's considered as a part of the humanities or something like that, not a science, properly speaking, not a hard science. The debate is not easy to fix, of course, and I'm not I'm not gonna fix it here. The good thing is that, if anything, biosemiotics is interdisciplinary, and looking at this room, we kind of understand what that means, right? Biosemiotics is an interdisciplinary practice. So we try to talk about meaning in a way that covers multiple disciplines. We use things from biology. We use a lot of philosophy. We talk about meaning in multiple ways, and sometimes we're a bit careless with what we say about what meaning is supposed to be. There's countless articles about the meaning of meaning. Those of you who have read Putnam will be very aware of what the meaning of meaning might be. But the concepts that we use for meaning are not always compatible. The concepts that we use in biosemiotics are not always fully compatible with each other. So this is one of the issues with the interdisciplinarity that we enjoy so much, that sometimes our ontologies may not actually fit with one another. This is, again, not that big of a problem in that we can work to fix it, and that's the work that many of us are doing nowadays. And at the same time, there's many theoretical parallels that we've seen in other disciplines. In biosemiotics and code biology, just to name the obvious example of what's going on in a general, wider field, we see that there's an issue with the concept of interpretation and the concept of sign and the concept of code, right? We think, oh, those things are not, one thing is more important than the other. Interpretation is the basis of semiosis. No, codes are the basis of semiosis. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter a lot, but for the intents and purposes of my talk, it doesn't really matter all that much. So we are reminded, for instance, about debates in linguistics where generativists may not agree on literally anything with constructivists, or in the philosophy of mind where radical inactivists will not agree with anything about people who support computational hypothesis. We have a very similar situation. The problem is that we have an issue with the strength of names. So biosemiotics is a very strong name in that it tells us a lot about what we want to do, about what our explanations are supposed to invoke. So another question that emerges from thinking about biosemiotics in this way is whether organic meaning is a desideratum of biosemiotics and code biology. It seems that we do share that desideratum. So in biosemiotics, we try to explain things in multiple ways. We appeal to signs, we appeal to interactions, we appeal to relations, we appeal to environmental interactions, we appeal to Umwelt, etc. We all know those things. We're all here because we appeal to those explanations, right? I'd say, however, that biosemiotic explanations require some grasping of the availability of meaningful processes where these processes are largely unexpected. Now, this is a convoluted phrase for me to say that biosemiotics and code biology and whoever else who wants to talk about meaning, at least as a biological object, will have to make it possible for us to talk about meaning in a place where meaning, as we usually understand it, is not possible. In the sense that, okay, some of you are going to crucify me about saying possible, but the sense that I'm trying to convey here is that when we talk about meaning, there's a common sense understanding of meaning, there's a technical understanding of meaning, and then we start talking about meaning in cells, or meaning as you know, I cannot think of any good example, but meaning as an organic situation as opposed to, say, a conceptual framework. This is where things like concepts, codes or signs become important concepts, right? And so I believe that part of the explanations that we use, or a large part of the explanations that we use, depends on using metaphors to explain things. But let me get to the point where that the idea of the metaphor actually makes more sense. Is the code a metaphor? what is it a metaphor of? When people start talking about codes, genetic codes, at first it's seen as a metaphor of sorts, a metaphor, a linguistic metaphor to be applied to genetic systems, so to speak, for want of a better word. When people start talking about whether signs are effective at lower levels, when we start talking about the lower threshold of semiotics, are signs actual signs? It depends on who you ask, right? Pairs will say, no, that's not Pearsons rather, will say that's not a metaphor, whereas someone with a Saussurian inclination will say, oh yeah, that's kind of a metaphor. What about the text though? A text is kind of a strong metaphor that emerges across different areas of semiotics. As for instance, as we've seen before, computers have been very strong metaphors for the development of some part of cognitive science, right? Cognitive science, using the computer as a metaphor, has developed a lot of explanations based on the metaphor. Now the question is, what's the place of the metaphor in the explanation? Is the metaphor just a mapping? Is the metaphor doing something bigger than just mapping possibilities for us to use as heuristic devices? One big issue that we have in biosemiotics in general is that we don't have a common ground for our metaphors. We have a very fuzzy area of communion, so to speak, where we talk about environments and Umwelts and things like that, Umwelten for the pedants, where we may share a very shallow amount of understanding of what we actually want to say. And that's not to say that we don't understand each other, more like the way we are developing our explanations is still very dependent on our idealects, scientific idealects, if you will. So in the divergence of biosemiotics and code biology, we see that signs, codes, and whatever we want to add to the equation are fuzzier in their application because of scalability. So when we take concepts that are higher level and we try to apply them at lower levels, the more abstract, the better, usually. But at the same time, those explanations tend to overturn whatever it is that they were being a metaphor for. So in the case of the code, in code biology at least, the code becomes a non-metaphor by insistence that it is not a metaphor. And then by having that, we have to redefine what a code is. This is the same thing that happens with signs. As we keep using person signs and we think that those are biological processes, we start thinking, well, higher level signs are not exactly the same kind of signs that we were used to talking about. So what is a sign then? Is it a processual relationship? It might be. Depends on your metaphysics, basically. So basically, what I want to say is that there is a bigger scale to be seen in biosemiotics. That biosemiotics is not the thing that covers all of the concepts. Instead, we have a series of explanations that kind of work, have some topical unity, but this topical unity is not very concrete, and it doesn't map to how we build explanations. I believe, for instance, and this might be controversial, but I don't really think so. Code biology and biosemiotics pertain to the same sphere of interest, but they do not pertain to the same kinds of methodologies, right? Nor world visions about what a science is supposed to be. But it seems to be that by topical unity, there's something in the debate about interpretation that takes a bigger step. So I want to call those, at least for the time being, sciences of meaning, simply because what we have is interdisciplinary but current science-centered ways to study meaning as a causal biological property. Usually then, what that means is that what we want to do in the study of meaning as an organic thing is we want to accept it as a desideratum for our science as a causal relation. And that, I think, is non-negotiable. Otherwise, you end up with a kind of a trivial sense of meaning and something that biosemiotics has been accused of, just renaming conventions. And that's simply, I don't think, negotiable if we are building a biosemiotic project of any sort. It seems that that's the baseline for all of the other things that want to refer to what meaning is supposed to be. Again, we're talking about organic meaning, not meaning as a linguistic meaning. Whether organic meaning will reframe how we think about non-organic meaning or semantic meaning is a different matter altogether, but one that will be a result of how we carry on in this debate. And so I believe that my contribution is extremely humble. It's just me saying, well, I believe that biosemiotics, code biology, and other things build explanations in very different ways, but they still have some sense of unity. And we would be wise, probably, to study what those connections are, not by thinking that code biology is compatible with biosemiotics, but rather that there's a bigger, wider field of code that, oh, not code, of meaning, organic meaning, that will have more to say about whether we want to build debates centered not simply on our fundamental ideas, but also on methodologies. And I think that's about it. I think it's a respectable thing.
Questions?
I have a question. Aren't all sciences sciences of meaning? Say physics is science of physical meaning. I believe that's kind of the point, though.
We don't want to. So the question is whether all sciences search for meaning, but that's not exactly the point. The point is that we have. I'm advocating for a technical sense of organic meaning that is causal, right? So saying that physics is about meaning does not mean that physics studies semantics or that it studies semanticity. What it studies is certain effects. The one problem of this view is that it creates the imperialism that semiotics has been accused of, that semiotics can offer everything. And I just don't believe that's either necessary nor possible. So we may disagree on this, but I don't believe that all sciences are sciences of meaning.
Yep. Just wait for the mic.
Oh, Alexei Sharov.
Online can hear us.
Okay, I'm Alexei Sharov. My question is the role of mathematics in modeling. So many people believe that if there is no mathematics, it's not modeling at all. And so how can we model without mathematics? That's the problem. So for example, it appears, when I was young, I was very inspired by mathematics. I was reading Bourbaki and other stuff. And then I realized that it's completely not useful for biology, or it's useful in a completely different sense, maybe as metaphors. So for example, the metaphor of eigenvalues will be autopoiesis.
I don't think you're wrong on that. When it comes to how we are using science, it's always ad hoc in how we use it. When we were talking about cognitive science using computer metaphors, we end up using computer technologies, or at least computer ways of speaking, for understanding cognition to some degree. And that's still not the final answer to how cognition works, right? Because we have radical and activists saying that's just bullshit. In the same way, we can probably approach semiotics, biosemiotics, with some form of mathematical modeling that it may not be here already, but it's not a final need. Now, the question really is whether a science has to be defined by that. For now, let's say.
Thank you. My question is about the organic part in organic meaning. Why you think it's necessary to specify, and what other kinds of meanings are there, and maybe other disciplines are focused on other meanings then? It's maybe a follow-up to what Mikhail said.
That's a pretty good question, in that it goes right into how we deal with the received views of science and of semiotics. Now, I'm pretty much a firm believer in that organic meaning is an actual thing, but I'm also a firm believer that physical only relations are not a thing, that you cannot really have proper physiosemiotic accounts of anything. Right, so the part about talking about organic meaning is simply that whatever it is that we want to call meaning has to have some, we could call it agency, right? We would do well to call it agency. The problem with talking about organic meaning is that it's still a very fuzzy concept and we don't have a proper definition. So I think it's whether it can actually be expanded into talking about cultural meaning. That's a big question for me, and that's something that I don't have full hopes on. I've actually written on this and how we cannot truly scale semiosis into different levels so easily. So that's not an answer, but it's something. It's a reflection.
So meaning is not a metaphor. Thank you. So, second talk, Morten Tønnesen, Biosemiotics Beyond Sebeok. Floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm trying to find the presentation here first. It's a split screen, I suppose.
Yeah. Don't worry. No.
That is. So I'm going to talk about zoosemiotics, and I think that should be regarded as important for different reasons, and one of them is that as a topic, and one of them is that in a way biosemiotics emerged out of zoosemiotics. So to look at the initial conception of zoosemiotics, conceived by Thomas Sebeok, has some historical interest, but I'm also going to say something about how I judge contemporary zoosemiotics and the future of zoosemiotics. And what I'm presenting today is drawn from a book chapter that has been completed but has not yet been published, and it's part of the 4-volume Bloomsbury Semiotics project that will be published in October, where Yamin has been the main editor, and there are others involved as well. So this chapter is called Semiotics in Ethology and Zoology, and is one of several chapters relevant to biosemiotics in the 2nd volume of Bloomsbury Semiotics, because there's a whole volume on semiotics in the natural and technical sciences. So my approach in this talk today is to focus on Sebeok and post-Sebeokian zoosemiotics. So I will look at how some of the initial idea of Sebeok contrast with some later developments. And I will also argue that some of those later developments represent advances in zoosemiotics, so I support them. And I especially draw on 2 books, really, Readings in Zoosemiotics, where Timo Maran and Dario Martinelli were among the editors, along with Alexei Turovsky. And also some ideas from that work is also drawn from the work of Dario Martinelli, including his book, A Critical Companion to Zoosemiotics. So those are some of the main representatives of contemporary zoosemiotics that I will refer to. And we can start out by trying to define zoosemiotics, and that's also where the trouble begins. So, jumping straight to the first definition from 1963 by Thomas Sebeok, zoosemiotics was first defined as the scientific study of signaling behavior in and across animal species. It's a quite precise definition, but also quite narrow in what it covers. So this is a starting point for discussing zoosemiotics, and also some of the earlier parts of the history that I cover in this chapter on semiotics in ethology and zoology. Of course, the semiotic work of Jakob von Uexküll preceded this, and part of what Sebeok has left as a legacy is also how he has incorporated Uexküll's work into semiotics and zoo and biosemiotics. It's a bit troublesome to start with this framing of the chapter, semiotics in ethology and zoology, because as we will see, contemporary zoosemiotics goes beyond that. But it's a natural starting point still, because it's about to what extent we can make use of semiotics in the study of animal behavior in ethology, or animal biology more generally in zoology. So you've seen now this first definition, and now I'll start criticizing that definition and contrasting it with later understandings. First, I'd like to point out why this initial definition of zoosemiotics is limited. And I think it's limited in different ways. One thing to note is that it only refers to animal behavior, signaling behavior. So it doesn't really address zoology in general, animal biology in general, but rather starts with ethology, animal behavior. But neither does it cover all kinds of animal behavior. It pinpoints signaling behavior as what is semiotically relevant. So it limits the scope of zoosemiotics in different ways, from zoology to ethology, then from behavior to signaling behavior. And implicitly, it also limits zoosemiotics to communication, rather than also covering signification and representation. And if you look at these three central keywords in context, communication, signification, and representation, that's something that is stressed by the new generation of zoosemiotic as different semiotic topic areas, in a way, within zoosemiotics. So, I think there are good reasons to expand on this initial definition of zoosemiotics, because signaling behavior only covers part of what zoosemiotics and use of signs among animals can be about. And that's also why I have called this presentation Zoosemiotics Beyond Sebiok, because I think that's a necessary step, but also a step that has already been taken by contemporary zoosemioticians. And an important distinction here as well is between ethological zoosemiotics and anthropological zoosemiotics. This is also a central distinction in this, in the introduction to this collection, Readings in Zoosemiotics, and it was first introduced by Dario Martinelli. And this conceptually expands zoosemiotics from only dealing with how animals make use of signs among themselves to also addressing sign use that somehow relate to animals, but maybe from a human perspective. So that's where we get to the anthropological zoosemiotics. And this also means that zoosemiotics in this conception cannot be limited to biology, and it cannot within biology be limited to animal biology. We also have to consider ecology, but also go beyond that by considering cultural studies and, for instance, how animals are represented in different human texts and narratives and cultural artifacts and so on. So in this wider understanding of zoosemiotics, it can relate to any kind of sign use that involves animals one way or another. And one way to consider this a bit more closely is to consider how animals can appear both as subjects of semiosis that are themselves making use of signs, and animals as objects of semiosis. And in this contemporary notion of zoosemiotics, both of these are included. So to the left you see some examples of how animals can act as subjects or semiotic agents being the agents making use of signs related to communication, or signification in how they perceive their surroundings, for instance, or animals making use of representations. And an exciting question is how they represent human beings, for instance, among themselves when they communicate. Let's say there's a human being approaching. That's the kind of animal representation of humans. So in many other cases, animals appear as objects when they are perceived by humans or when we represent animals, but also when human beings in actual encounters try to interpret animal behavior and communication. And of course, animals also relate to other animals as objects in their life worlds. So I think it makes good sense to say that when we try to study semiotically how animals make use of or appear in relation to signs, we should include both this subject and object perspective. So here's one suggestion from this introduction to readings in zoosemiotics that tries to expand the definition of zoosemiotics by defining it as the study of signification, communication, and representation within and across animal species. And one question here is that if this is the definition of zoosemiotics, then how can we talk about anthropological zoosemiotics when the definition only refers to animals? And here it's really implicit that the human being is an animal too, which is why we fall within the definition. And some people, depending on their background, might react to that implication. But I think it might have some conceptual significance, whether or not we conceive of human beings as animals. In one biological sense, this can be commonsensical. At the same time, it's important to maintain the understanding of what is uniquely human. But I think it's factually, philosophically, and scientifically wrong to believe that anything human is uniquely human and cannot be compared to anything else. So, getting back to what Seebjörn thinks in this context, he said on one side he was very, he stressed language and some cultural sign systems as something that deserved study in their own right because he thought they were somehow uniquely human. But he also acknowledged that we have some more generic animal traits, especially related to nonverbal communication, where he said this is on par with the sign use of animals, and we can call this zoosemiotic. So he would say there are some zoosemiotic elements of human sign use and some that go beyond that. So this also brings us to the question of how we conceive of human beings as part of nature and how we conceive of the relation between culture and nature. So in this modern zoosemiotic view, there's a more pluralistic take on how humans relate to nature, in the sense that there's a recognition of some unique traits among humans, but also an insistence that this is only part of a vast diversity of behavioral traits and so on in the kingdom of life. So by calling this pluralistic, we are saying that yes, humans are unique, but we also have to study other life forms as unique in their own contexts. So this results in less of an anthropocentric bias in contemporary zoosemiotics than in what you can find in some of the work of Thomas Seebjörn, where human beings stand out to some greater extent as uniquely different. So as for the relation between culture and nature, this also means that in the contemporary zoosemiotic understanding, We should see culture as a system within nature and not something that stands outside nature. So we should look at these connections about how culture is one way or another embedded in nature. And we could call this a more holistic view on culture and nature. We could also talk about an ethical term to some extent in zoosemiotics. I think that's quite clear when you compare some of Sebiok's views and compare them to some more contemporary views in zoosemiotics, where scholars have increasingly addressed ethical issues related to semiotic studies of animals. Of course, you can always ask whether ethical framing of academic matters goes too far or is out of context in some cases, but generally I think it's a sound development that ethical issues are addressed more now than earlier. And we could say that this development towards a more ethically conscious study of animals represents an advancement, but also is in line with some other trends in our contemporary times. And we could mention concerned scientists, especially in the context of climate change, but also biodiversity loss, but also activism related to environmental issues and more broadly, and animal protection. This doesn't mean, of course, that in order to study animals semiotically, you have to take a lot of ethical stands necessarily, but it means that this is part of the subject matter that you might go into. So I'm gonna try now to soon round off by looking at what is needed in the future. And I think a basic observation that remains in place is that modern science and also contemporary animal biology is limited by its overemphasis on quantitative methods and its lack of qualitative methods. And I think qualitative methods is part of what zoosemiotics can bring in to contemporary science. If we compare von Uexküll's vision of ethology with how ethology is performed today, I think there's a big difference, but also that Uexküll's programmatic stances can still be an inspiration when he called for a subjective biology, which requires these kind of qualitative analysis and approaches, because that's his vision has not materialized. And that's why I also think Umwelt theory can still be an inspiration for zoosemiotics. I think we can argue, as long as we are well informed, both in terms of semiotics and natural science, that zoosemiotics is today the theoretically and methodologically, empirically soundest approach to taking the animal's perspective, but that there's a lot more that could and should be developed in terms of methodology. There's been an increasing number of case studies the last few years, and I think that's a sound development as well, because it means that zoosemiotics is empirically active. But I think we need to make new connections with global human ecology and phenomenology, ethnography, anthropology, especially to develop tools and methodology that field practitioners can make use of in an easy way. I think that's part of what is the most needed. So there are some connections that have to be developed theoretically, some theoretical work to be done, but also methodology that is needed. And the easiest way forward would be to try out new methodology in case studies, but hopefully also for wider application, since I think that, for instance, phenomenologists and anthropologists lack simple tools they can use from a semiotic foundation, and that's part of what we should develop. Thanks. That's it.
Yogi.
Hi, Martin. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the term at the beginning that you used, behavior, as this is generally more associated with Skinner than with biosemiotics. And I know that Sebiak and ethology was trying to get away from behavior as this sort of black box or this non-umwelt sort of defined activity. And to me, this relates to what you were talking about at the end of your presentation about methodology, because clearly, if we're to have a non-anthropocentric science of animal science, then this does require us to, as much as humanly possible, adopt a non-human perspective. And so, with your work in phenomenology, about decentering the performativity of humanness, that is, being able to queer ourselves usefully in proximity, spending more time with particular groups of animals in particular milieus, habitats, and becoming, taking on their habits, right? And sort of decolonizing the humanness in us so that we can have this more sort of hybrid identity as individuals who choose that sort of methodological approach, which is beyond Sebiak. How do you see this sort of spectrum of behavioralism on the one side, and then on the other, this complete renouncement as much as humanly possible of our performative humanness?
Well, I think that behavior is a valid term and topic, but of course there are, for instance, behaviorists' approaches to behavior where you would rather not study it as such, but try to find ways around that. And I think part of the problem in animal biology in general is that that what has been missing is the animal subjective experiential dimension of behavior. And in Umwelt theory, of course, it's very clear that behavior is related to how the animal navigates and interprets its environments, how it responds, and so on. So it's related to its agency, its subjectivity. And when that is lost, you don't really have good ways to study behavior. But in biosemiotics, we do have those premises. And so we're better suited to study behavior properly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As session head says, we should move towards the next next talk.
Oh,
Thank you, Morten. And the next presentation will be by Timo Maran, Meanings for the Degrowth Society, the Semiosis of the Living and Collateral Beauty.
Okay, hello. I would like to start by saying that it's really very, very glad to be here with you and to see many familiar faces again. And I also, when coming here today in the morning, I had a feeling that discovering that you are the important part of my identity, that you are an important part of what I am. And well, during my talk, probably it becomes clear why this is important. But the topic is actually quite serious. I'm going to talk about ecological crisis and how semiotics is related or can contribute into ways of solving that. And ecological crisis, of course, has like many different aspects. There is degradation of natural ecosystems, human-induced climate change, global biodiversity loss, the spread of invasive species, accumulation of waste, and all the connected effects and outcomes of these issues. And the ecological damage often has been connected with so-called great acceleration or the rapid growth of many social measures like population growth or energy usage from mid-20th century onwards. This global impact of humans is deeply rooted in our growth-oriented economies and societies and can be generally described as over-exploitation of nature's resources for sake of human-oriented short-term advantages. And I think the Anthropocene and the approaching ecological crisis also gives us the important research question, which probably is the most important question for semiotics and for humanities and for sciences of our times altogether. So, how human meaning-making systems can adapt for new ecological realities, and how semiotics can provide means for a society to become less polluting and more sustainable in the long run. In a recent decade, the degrowth movement has opposed the human progress narrative by advocating a simplified society and decreased human use of energy and natural resources. The degrowth movement departs from an understanding that current energy uses rates and consumption are not sustainable in longer perspective. So for fulfilling the United Nations targets of global temperature rise of less than 1.5 degree for 2100, it is not likely without a remarkable decrease in global energy usage. And similarly, other environmental problems like massive species extinction cannot be solved within the current growth-oriented economies. There are predictions that for sustainable future, living standards and energy consumption should return at least to the level comparable with 1960s. And related to that, human civilization can endure if societies are systematically restructured to become simpler and less consuming. The challenge for semiotics as a discipline studying regularities in science, interpretation, and communication is to figure out what strategies of meaning-making and corresponding values individuals can rely upon in this process of degrowth transformation. And probably from semiotic perspective, we can say that this simplification of social systems and human life needs to be accompanied by restructuring of human semiotic systems towards more coherence and better connectivity with ecological processes. So we first should look and understand what is wrong with the semiotic processes of modern society. And this topic, of course, is too complex for me to fully go into this, but I can just say that we have like too much information content, too much semiosis, too many signs, and that these are also too closed in the sense that they are too overwhelmed by symbols forming the closed semiotic bubbles. Now, in the history of science, probably Jean Baudrillard gave a very detailed description of that under his concept of simulacrum. So this process of semiotic systems becoming separate from the fabric of the world, whatever that is, produces exceptionality and uniqueness in bulk. We can see this. Everything is unique, everything is special, everything is extraordinary. There are huge numbers of products advertised all as excellent, greater and greater productivity results in Excel sheets, countless stories of success without any real lack of measure and criterion to assess the processes between the signs. Household projects are presented in ways that make invisible their production and ecological footprint, and so on. So it seems like a kind of thin layer of symbolic representations is covering everything else in the world. And signs have become separate from the conditions of their appearance without sufficient reference to objects where historical, upcoming, or material real. And this appears to go hand in hand with human growing detachment from the rest of life in Earth. That is, we have become ungrounded in our semiotic practices. The ways we use sign, make meaning, communicate, attribute values are not grounded, they are detached from the biological and material realities of the Earth. And this has to do with icon index symbol relations or combinations in semiotic structures, in texts, in cultural processes, and so forth. So icons and indexes, by definition, have this contact, either by similarity or by physical relationship, some sort of, whereas symbols do not have. And it's interesting that there are some authors that have paid attention into that. For instance, anthropologists and also semioticians, I think Eduardo Kohn and Andrew Whitehouse, have described a semiotic ground composed from the fabric of iconic and indexical relations that are accessible and shared by multitude of non-human species alike. And because of our symbolic dominance and reliance of abstract meanings, we become separated from this semiotic ground. But at the same time, symbolic signs are related with the physical world due to the matter and energy required to upkeep and produce various media and artifacts that embody signs. So internet communication needs servers, cables, computers. Producing media content needs cameras, microphones, and special equipment, and so on. Symbols of social status are embodied in clothes, accessories, vehicles, and buildings, and so forth. Our need for new impressions and exotic experiences also had its cost by infrastructure of hotels, restaurants, beaches, resorts, and so forth. So all these symbolic structures, communication technologies, consumer goods, cultural artifacts, they require matter and energy and later become obsolete or disregarded as waste. So it seems that this extensive energy usage and consumption is directly related to how human culture and semiotics have developed in the 20th century, and I do not need to say that it probably cannot continue much longer because planet has its limits and there's not this energy and matter to continue. So as an alternative, we can talk about something that I would like to call semiosis of the living. So the semiotic potential of the degrowth movement appears to be related to time and temporality. If the society will slow down, there will be less communicative events, less media content, less stimulation, and more time to concentrate and have more through-going interpretations. And I argue that this transformation is related to conscious reevaluation of the ways in which information and communicational processes are embodied in the ecologies within we live. In short, the idea around which the degrowth transformation can be organized is the understanding that significance and meaning arise foremost from a semiotic participation in specific live ecologies, either cultural, social, or natural. This idea can be called a semiosis of the living as an understanding that semiosis is a flow-like process of our participation in the living world that unfolds in its own pace, event by event and connection by connection. Calling such an approach the semiosis of the living corresponds to the present semiotic vocabulary. I want to refer back to Thomas Sebeok's semiotic maxim and connection between the life and semiosis, claiming that all living organisms use signs, use semiosis. I think his approach was more formal, but if we think about the same idea from processual approach, we can see that life and semiosis are intertwined in their temporal unfolding. Also, Eduardo Kohn uses semiosis of life as a concept for a semiotic fabric of a world shared between different species. The semiosis of life is iconic and indexical, he writes. Symbolic reference which makes humans unique is an emergent dynamics that is nested within this broader semiosis of life forms, which it stems and on which it depends. And this is also in line with Tim Ingall's emphasis on the living as a process by which beings constitute each other's conditions of existence and co-create the semiotic fabric of the world. So the semiosis of the living as a theoretical category would take the meaning and value of sign as derived from a cultural ecological real on account of the sign's symptomatic positioning in it with regard to its histories, affinities, and potentials. This idea comes close to Tim Ingall's concept of meshwork. The lives of inhabitants, however, are not inscribed upon the surface of the world, but woven in its very fabric. As they meet up with one another and go their various ways, their paths converge and diverge to form an ever-ending reticulate meshwork. This is a meshwork of story knowledge, Ingold writes. So, from this perspective, science and semiosis are seen as being bound to specific histories and conditions from which they derived. Semiosis has significance, not just meaning, due to the particular ways it is located in relation to our semiotic identities in the given place and time of the world. Semiosis, seen like this, is an event, a combination of occasional happenings and unfolding patterns and structures of the semiosphere. And for human subjects as an interpretant, the semiosis of the living approach would lead to more straightforward and less noisy world, but at the same time also probably towards more coherent, better integrated, and probably more enjoyable life. A later bulk of signs and representations would be needed to realize value and signification. And I wanted to illustrate this with aesthetics of biosemiotics inspired by Professor Kalevikul. I do not have time to go really into that, but I just say the very basic idea that Kalevi's recent paper, published in journal Biosemiotics, argues that different organisms, while searching for a place, looking for their fitting and suitability in the ecosystem, they produce beauty as a part of that. And from that perspective, semiotics of the living, this means that beauty and aesthetics occasionally appears here and there in different places in ecosystem, but also perhaps in culture and in society. And this means basically that semiotic systems, ecosystem, culture, also different text perhaps, they spontaneously provide us with a kind of semiotic potentiality and content that we can interpret, that we can relate to, and by doing this actually kind of produces coherence and restores connections with this greater system. So just to end to my talk, I think that the great challenge for semiotics of our time is finding new ways of meaning making that would not exhaust our planet. And we need to reorient our thinking from a closed and abstract semiotic systems to the types of meaning making as processual, participatory, and dialogic in regard to object sphere. So it's about finding one's meaning and value from participating in ecological, cultural, social systems that are diverse, include multiple species and viewpoints, are beautiful and partly out of our control. This is also very important. And my kind of appeal or plea for a biosemiotic community is, you are very wise persons, it's very kind of intellectually stimulating group, so let us be a part of this search for finding the ways of semiotics and meaning making that could support this degrowth transformation and moving towards a society that could live in better relations and compatibility with the ecosystems as such. So thank you.
Couple of questions.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your talk. It seems for me quite remarkable that it happened in this room. It reminds me a quote from Slavoj Žižek that ecology is a religion of 21st century. But I have one question regarding degrowth. If I understood you correctly, you are following this connection found by Baudrillard, connection between two crises, crisis in political economy and crisis in semiotics, when he found that the gap between signifier and signified is directly related to gap between capital and means of production. And as I see your idea of this vitalistic revision of semiotic relations, it's idea of qualitative revision, that we should make some kind of qualitative transition in our semiotic structures. But at the same time, degrowth, for me, it seems to be a rather quantitative, not qualitative way to revise a political economical structure of nowadays. And I think some of authors who are working on eco-socialism, like Michael Levy, they say that if we go just to a degrowth, we still stay in the same political economical structure, but just regulate the quantitative elements of it. How do you think maybe together with this vitalistic revision of semiotics which you propose, we should find some more radical, more qualitative revisions of political economy as well?
Okay, thank you. I really do not want to go to political economy or social sciences too much, because this is not my competence, this is not my field. But from semiotics and in relation to thinking about eco-cultural systems and kind of ecological, cultural meaning making as connected with one another, yeah, I have a feeling that what is much going on here is compensating the lack of quality of science structures and science systems with quantity. So we do have too little significance in our lives, and therefore we want it a lot. We want good access, lot of impact, lot of emotions, lot of and so forth. So now, when thinking about semiotic structures and textual structures, for me, this is pretty much about the question of what is the role of iconic and indexical sign relations in these semiotic structures. Because this is the way how, at least one way, how they opened up to the rest of the ecosystem, or rest to the larger semiotic systems. And of course, it's also the question of to what extent our agencies and our voices can participate in our semiotic structures via dialogue, via biosemiotic translation, for instance, via like different means when these other semiotic modalities and other voices are let in. So my analysis, I would prefer it to do this in the kind of semiotic or biosemiotic framework or ecosemiotic framework, but then answering to you, I think there can be some support or some connection also with this political revision later.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we had a bit of more question, but do we have time before the break? Because we had Alan and Egmar, and do we think we have time before the break? It's up to you to say, Kalevi.
Okay, done.
We have 2.5 minutes before the break, so okay, Yammer.
Alan was first, I'm sorry.
Okay, Ali.
It was Alan and Egmar after.
Oh, Alan, yeah.
Sorry. Thanks, very kind. Sorry, I hope I'm not cutting off anyone here. Thanks, Timo. Great talk. Indeed, we can't underestimate the importance of the topic of your talk. Within the effort of finding new ways of meaning making, so as to usher in a degrowth, as you would advocate, do you see one way of moving forward in this regard, technological progress, technological advancement, enhancing human environments through technology so as to rebalance what has become the Anthropocene? Do you, would you find a transhuman type of progress as acceptable within the degrowth movement? Thank you.
Thanks. I think this is a tricky question in the sense that maybe or perhaps, but the issue here is that how well these different semiotic parts, different parts of our realities are related and integrated with one another. So if you have the technological and artificial that is well interrelated between feedback also with the biological, then it can be. But the issue is that quite often also this kind of technological solutions, they become worlds of their own. They become closed and they, well, need a lot of energy, need a lot of matter, but really do not connect back and do not so that's a critical point here, I think.
Okay, thank you all. As you know, we're on a kind of a new schedule this year where the talks are shorter. There's not as much time for questions, but they built in more breaks so you can have very good group and one-on-one discussions with all the participants, which I urge you to do now. And we're back in 20 minutes. Okay, enjoy some nice coffee and talks.
All right, thank you for returning so that we can get some nice questions for these presentations. So, for session 2 on this first day, we have 4 presenters who are all going to present on topics broadly construed having to do with Simondon. So we will take questions for all 4 presentations at the end. So first up, we have Don Favreau. Is unique will, free will enough? Context, choice, and action within an individualized history of meaning. Don?
Thank you, Yogi. I'll set my clock now and try to get through this. All right. I apologize in the beginning. This will be even more of a fast, forced march than usual. I had it down to about 15, and then Anton and Jan and Fatima gave me so many good ideas yesterday, I had to add new slides in. So we'll go through pretty quick, and you can always watch it on YouTube and slow it down to a speed that makes sense. Okay? But I would like to get some of these ideas at least on the table. Oh. Please take the microphone. Okay, the microphone is taken. All right, then. These group that will be presenting today, we didn't coordinate our presentations. It's Victoria Alexander, Joshua Bacigalupi, Yammer Denizen. We've been kind of talking with each other for the last year about concepts with some overlap with the work of Gilbert Simondon. Now, I'm not a Simondonian. I'm having a hard time just figuring out Peirce. But based on Tori's work on creativity, Yammer's on unmodeled and model dynamics, Josh is on refinement and internal resonance, and my own on relevant next, a kind of a common vocabulary started coming out. So what I'd like everyone to do is to kind of keep an eye on some of these terms that'll come up over the course of the next 4 lectures, and then we can talk about them a little bit more at the end of the Q&A session. Okay, so individuation, internal resonance, associated milieu, a field of relations. Of course, these are not all Simondonians. Some of these are being towards another is from John Dealey. Unique will is coined by Joshua himself. Relevant noise, metastability, transient order, novelty, overcoherence. They're all getting at the same type of thing. Now, if you look at this quote by Simondon, effective life thus shows us we're not only individuals, that our being is not reduced to our own individuated being. If anything, this is the theme of my talk, okay? But I'm actually going to try to bring it in and associate it with the nature of the Peircean interpretant. I think that we're talking about the same thing in many ways here. So, since I cannot give you a introductory lecture on Simondon, because I'm not well-versed enough, I selected some fairly easy quotes from different fields that are related to the same type, one of the same type of concepts that we learned from Simondon. Okay, this vision is to not posit the existence of subjects prior to the acts that bring them into reciprocal relations. Instead, the basic unit of study is not the individual as a separate entity, but an interactional field within which the individual arises and struggles to make contact and articulate themselves. This will be familiar to us from von Uexküll, right? The notion of the bee was not flower-like, the flower was not bee-like, the union could never be successful. The idea is that all individuated subjects co-emerge or co-arise within and as a result of a holistic field of relationships. The being of any one subject is thoroughly dependent on the being of all the other subjects with it is in a relationship. Here, intersubjectivity precedes subjectivity. A lot of big ideas. You can sit with these and give you the slides later and look at them again. But again, this is to set the ground. John Dealey reminds us, in actual existence, every substance and every accident is maintained by realities of circumstance and being other than itself. Relation, as a distinct category, then, would comprise all and only those features of being towards another, which cannot, even by an abstraction, omit reference towards. This is a relation, a real-world relation. It is not a mental relation. It exists between organisms. It exists in organizing ecosystems. It has genuine consequential and causal efficacy. And we need to try to understand this relation that brings things together without even the awareness of the individuals themselves, where they have their being, where we all have our being, as Timo told us very beautifully in the last talk. We all have our being in this interactional field. So, Anton gave us a very, very nice heuristic yesterday. This is one way to think of an organism. This is a more difficult, but in some ways more accurate way to think of an organism. Not as pick up sticks, but as relationships in the biosphere, out of which, in very blurry contours, we get a particular pocket of order, transient pocket, as all pockets of order are in our universe, called the organism. Anton also went on to inspire me when he asked, can the Umwelt be open? The Umwelt cannot be closed, not entirely closed. And from my mentor, one of my many mentors, Yammer Denizen, I'd like to propose an even better articulation. Yesterday I said that the organism could move into new realms and new knowledge, new spaces, because the sign always carried a surplus of meaning, which is a Peircean way to think about it. But another way to think about it, it might be even more Simondonian, which is that, and Dealey-like, the objects of the organism's Umwelt are constituted by the dynamics of the world that is modeled, the super-subjective dynamics. But it's always situated within a larger world of as-yet unmodeled dynamics that can have consequences for it, and that it might someday come to model. This is how knowledge grows. Okay, that's preliminary. Let's take this back to a topic that seems a little different. A hoary old topic of free will. In my abstract, I used, we were thinking in biosemiotics, we're past this. No one thinks that there's some autonomous homunculus in us, and no one thinks that we're merely mechanistic automata. But these ideas are still quite alive. So for my abstract, I chose as two representative views the great Aristotelian commentator, Alexander of Aphrodisias, who says, what makes us have control over things is the fact that we're causally undetermined in our decision and can thus freely decide between doing, choosing, or not doing and choosing the options, the possibilities, the alternatives available to us at the moment. We're unconstrained this way. This is what it is to have a freedom of the will. Now, of course, Darwin's bulldog has to make an appearance. T.H. Huxley takes the opposite view. Our mental conditions are simply the post hoc symbols that we make in consciousness of the changes which take place automatically in the organism. Note automatically. To take an extreme illustration, the feeling we call volition is not the cause of a voluntary act, but the symbol of that state of the brain which is the immediate cause of that act. We are conscious automata. Now again, we would think in 2002 in biosemiotics we would not be revisiting these type of debates, but in point of fact, in the world we're in, these debates are still quite real. In jurisprudence, in ethics, in philosophy, in cognitive science, there still rages these debates about the freedom of the individual, or lack thereof. And of course, if you frame this in very simplistic terms, you'll come up with very simplistic understandings. So, not that long ago, within living memory, we had this famous Libet experiment, right? And this experiment basically consisted of asking people, okay, choose when you want to raise your finger. Anytime you want, you're free to choose. Choose when you want to raise your finger, raise it, and then keep your eye on this clock and tell me when you chose it. Well, of course, what's found when they measure the voltage changes, the electrical activity of the brain, is that what they wind up calling a readiness potential, the brain starts organizing all of the preconditions needed for movement. Movement is actually initiated before the subject reports feeling the decision to make the choice. Okay? So, of course, this is taken by the popularizers as who's in charge? This experiment seems to challenge the notion of free will, right? Same idea that we are the autonoma, we are the puppets of this modern day homunculus we call the brain. Well, Libet himself didn't have this much of a, and again, this is the notion of the conscious autonoma. Libet himself didn't have such a limited view. He did believe there was volitional windows of volition where one can start to prepare an act and yet within a certain time frame also can clearly, voluntarily not bring the act to fruition. He called that free wundt as opposed to free will. But of course for us, what does this show us? Nothing we don't already know, except for the fact that biosemiosis is far prior to conscious experience or mental image. Clearly, the organism, the system, has made a detection, is beginning to act upon it. Self-conscious awareness, much less the mental image, in those cases where such a thing even exists, is not the originating site of semiosis. At most, it's one of its many transiently coherent products. And the notion of transient coherence is what I really want to focus on today. We saw it a little bit with Anton's notion of the blurred contours that is the organism. I want to dig down a little bit deeper and see if this type of understanding can even help us better comprehend and think about the nature of the person-sign relationship. So, again, you don't have to read all of this stuff here. Some of this is just from my class lectures, from my brain and mind class. But we know that visual processing is not a sequential process. A photon hits the retina, and then it goes through the 5 layers of the eye, then it goes down to the optical nerve, to the lateral geniculate. That's true, but it's also taking parallel paths up to the superior colliculus. By the time the processing even starts in the lateral geniculate, it is drenched with information from higher order areas, information about memories, about affect, about emotion, information about the current state of the organism. These parallel streams of information are going on within us all the time. Very few of them come to consciousness, but in a Persian understanding, all of them potentially can inform what a thing is to us, what this percept means, what is this sign. So, again, I'm not going to go through all the stuff in my brain class. There have been understandings that the brain is massively complex. Everything is connected to everything, and yet not all in the same way, and not all to the same degree, and not all at the same time. So Edelman and Tononi come up with this notion of a transient functional cluster of all the activity going on in the brain at any given moment. Certain activity is cohering, maybe to consciousness, maybe to action at one point, and other parts are not. And in the next moment, the same set of neurons can be used to initiate and manifest another combination, another interaction of neural events. So, Donald Hebb, the originator of the cell assembly theory, actually felt that this is what our percepts are. Our percept of a thing is not just some one-dimensional definition. It has, again, within it, all of our understandings, all of, as Peirce would say, whatever conceivable effects might come from us interacting with this thing is in my notion of this thing. My notion of a circle is all the parts of the brain, for Hebb, because he's still brain-centric, that are activated during the moment of perception or perhaps the moment of recall. This is why things have meanings to us and are not just simple have identities. It's why they have connotations as well as denotations. So, again, this is a way of looking at these kind of processes on the brain level. But the brain is not, again, the brain itself is not, the brain is not the originating site of semiosis. Not at all. There was semiosis long before brains. And there is semiosis still today without brains. So let's see if we can expand this notion of transient clusters of identity, of individuation, an individual sign, an individual thought, an individual meaning, an individual, into some more expanded understanding. Let's see if we can bring together Peirce and Simondon for a few minutes and see what happens. Okay, so Again, this is our Libet experiment, and I'm going to, because I'm not very skilled with graphics, I'm going to try to do something with it very far from where Libet was going with it. But it just happened to be a kind of a graph that I could use, so I'll use it. If the graph makes it more confusing, forget the graph and listen to the idea. The idea has come from our big hero, or my big hero, Charles Sanders Peirce, who said ancient mechanics recognized forces as causes, looking no further than the essentially dyadic relation of cause and effect. That's why it can make no progress with dynamics. Peirce's semiotic system is a dynamic and processual system. If we take this Libet diagram here and we circle just that little moment, we'll say, of awareness, right? How else can we think of this? Let's think of it as a Disa sign, okay? In a Disa sign, you have everything that is iconic about a thing for you and everything that is indexical about a thing for you, simultaneously co-localized and put together to result in some higher order emergent knowledge. Now, Peirce reminds us, the moment, the interpretant, the dynamic interpretant, is a single event. It happens in a moment. For the time that it remains that same interpretant, it is an individual in a certain sense. It's an individual interpretation, okay? Now, what is all this stuff informing these co-localized? Again, we'll call the blue line the indexical associations and the light blue line the iconic associations. We perceive something and activate it, neurally in many other ways. In that perception, everything. The iconic reference is not one thing, and nor is the indexical reference. It's many things. It has many aspects. Peirce reminds us, the sign stands for something, its object, not in all respects, but in reference to a sort of idea, the ground of the representamen. That idea will change at each moment of interpretation, depending on the needs of the moment, the wants of the moment, the mood of the moment, the possible effects that could happen in the moment and that cannot happen. As the organism shapes itself through its development and shapes its semiotic and cognitive system, it is creating a unique set of associations and meanings. And each one of these appearing simultaneously, like in a Disa sign, at that moment is collapsed to one particular interpretant. The same input could have collapsed it into a different type of interpretant. The information is there. What is relevant in this point to make this, to collapse it into a unity, as Peirce says? That's a Disa sign. Imagine a Legge sign. Imagine a symbol. Far, far, far many more associations, far, far, far many more meanings happening simultaneously, right? From which to collapse many different types of interpretants, understandings, and actions. So, Cool talks to us about choice and arbitrarity. Everything on this slide is worth reading, but I'll just take a few points here. Choice is built on a compatibility of shared rules that are themselves the products of previous choices. What happens in the coexistence of incompatible habits is that a new dimension becomes created. This new dimension is the perceptual simultaneity of more than one, the creation of the map, the model of space, the subjective space. The realization and access to the space is a prerequisite of choice. Unless you're bringing something to your percepts, something that is multiply realizable and something that itself has manifold meanings, right? That's the measure of the depth to which you can have an interpretant or an interpretation. Importantly, one can notice that in such cases of free choice, there can still be some additional limitations, restrictions, preferences, and motivations to choose. We're not a free homunculus wandering through the world, untouched by history, untouched by context, untouched by society, untouched by our past. Not at all. We're built from those things, as Timo points out. The central implication of this analysis is that motivation, constraints, is not the opposite of arbitrarity, but one of its most important features. In the process of choice, options collapse for that moment. Then they renew indeterminately. Well, that was a fast few minutes. Then I'll finish up then. And the traces of such choosing may become a rule or a habit. And these become the basis of semiotic order. So, Anton pulled some other quotes from Karl Marx yesterday from Louis Brumaire, but this one I like better. Men make their own history, but they don't make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past, as do we all in the moment of semiotic individuation. So, again, if we take the Peircean notion and start looking at these type of things that we see happening here and apply it to individuation, what Kalevi's been calling free will I think can be better understood by what Josh has characterized as unique will. Agent of action that comes into being always constrained and contextualized within the meaning-making of others, past and present, yet is uniquely realized via an individualized history of meaning-making as it moves into and co-creates the adjacent possible as it continually collapses what I call the wave function of meaning. That's it. If you want to know what I said, watch the YouTube video and slow it down. Okay. Thank you, Yogi. Thank you for your patience.
That's great. Let's see. I'll have to follow. Next up, we have Joshua Basigalupi, Semiogenesis, Grounded Peircean Signs via Virtual Relevant Noise and Actual Meta-Stable Structures. Josh.
Thank you, Yogi. Thank you all. This is really fantastic to be here. Thank you guys, oh my God. And Claudio over there working hard on the stream. I'm just honored to be part of this conversation. And this title is a bit too much for 15 minutes, so I narrowed it down this morning when I woke up. Where is iconicity? Which I think actually is probably a pretty good picking up off of Don's talk in terms of, and also Timo's talk actually, about this sense of affinity and likeness. So I'll say a lot of different things in this talk, but if there's really anything that I would like to convey is really just this question: where is the iconicity? Where can we ground it? Where is the affinity? Where is the likeness? And then how is it we are open to dynamic systems that complicate these things? So this talk was originally inspired, going back here just for I can move on to, it was originally inspired, last year I gave a talk presenting my model to try and answer these questions for myself, back in 2012, before I knew what semiotics was, in the land of Tononi and all those Silicon Valley transhumanists and whatnot, trying to figure out how the brain works. And then I presented this last year, and Don challenged me. He said, okay, well, there may be an opportunity to take this model and apply it to semiosis as sort of a heuristic lens. It's like it's not the answer, but it's a way to have a dialogue between something that's grounded in information theory, thermodynamics, and neuroscience, and brought together in a model. So I'm going to quickly just spend a couple of slides and review that. Some of you have already seen this, some of you won't. But basically the proposal is simply that all these darker nodes here with the frequencies over them, I call them primary nodes, they'll have, like a tuning fork, they'll have sympathies, they'll have affinities, a likeness, if you will, to different frequencies in their environment. So the frequencies that are up over each of those would be its resonant frequency. So it's not that it needs just that one exact frequency, but it's like a bell curve that they would have a bandwidth that they would be sensitive to. But this frequency would be the frequency at which, if they experience that frequency in the environment, that's how they would respond the strongest. But they would respond to similar frequencies too. So you could imagine so that over here you have an initial state where there's no biases in the network kind of like a neural network model. But there is like a C major chord, for example, has the notes C, E, and G. Here's an exhibit A. There's a C major in there somewhere, I know it. But those frequencies would be sensitive to those actual notes. And so that what happens is those primary nodes would then respond. They would then, like to use von Uexküll's terms of like a tone or a chime, would emote like a tuning fork back into their associated milieu, which is a Simondonian term. That this, what I'd first called a common medium, and this is really critical. There has to be this common medium, and this I would argue is a kind of firstness, or even maybe what Simondon would call the metastable pre-individual, or the sheet of assertion, or any of these like actual physical mediums that could literally embody an infinity in a finite space, an infinity of different patterns, and that this infinity would be biased by these nodes. So over here, what's happening is, which is a complete other talk of how this would happen, but all I'm representing really quickly right here is that over time, that these nodes would then bias themselves, predicated upon this kind of figure ground. And so just to be clear, this white area right here is meant to be kind of like white noise, and then this interference pattern would be coherence that would be able to be energies that would rise above and create like a virtual map, if you will, not unlike the quote from Clevi-Cool in Don's lecture about sort of a virtual map that then could, the system could bias itself. Okay, so then we can imagine based on this logic that the exact same matrix could have different patterns that it becomes sensitive to. That there could be a C major and then an E minor, and that so that you have, not only is it originally sensitive to individual notes, but then it's sensitive to the C major, and then it can at some other time become sensitive to E minor. And then we can extend the logic even further, and we could say, okay, well then C major and E minor, they could then, once they've been biased in the system, they can then co-occur and then create a C major seventh. So the music theory isn't important, it's, you know, it's a metaphor, it's an analogy, I should say, more properly. But that importantly, that these novel dimensions are drawn up out of this associated milieu, this well of firstness, this well of potential, and that these novel dimensions, another Simondonian term that Don mentioned, these novel dimensions are then woven into these network of relationships. Let me just consult my notes really quickly so I don't forget any key. So yeah, and importantly, which I don't have time to talk about today, there's a bunch of other talks if you're interested that are online, but importantly especially for Tori's talk later, that you could imagine that as these dynamics move on, these attractors happen as they get more and more complex, that they will cohere and decohere, and that this is how the system would necessarily work. But in order for living systems to remain vital, in order for signs to continue to be created, it has to avoid moving outside of its parabola, or I'd maybe argue Umwelt, in the sense that it could overcohere or undercohere, such that it just goes, in undercoherence just goes to noise, and overcoheres where it ceases to be metastable. It ceases the ability to be responsive, to have affinities for the particular environments. So as a theoretical proposal, our arbitrary environmental patterns are transduced into patterns of patterns, which can be conceived of as a scaffold, to use Hofmeier's term, for ever novel signs. Okay, so quick transition to, this is virtuality. That's the thing I woke up this morning is I don't have time to talk about virtuality. But what I can talk about, again, what is an icon? Where is the icon, I should say? There may be a mere relation of reason between the sign and the thing signified. In that case, the sign is an icon, focusing on the notion of the relation, like my nodes. They're always potentially related to, has specific affinities to things in the environment. icon, which a sign whose significant virtue is due simply to its quality. Again, this idea that it's a specific quality, I think, is implied in quality. And then jumping to is agapism, which I think is really critical, which is obviously worth a whole talk in of itself, but just for the purposes of this talk, I'll say that in genuine agapism, on the other hand, advance takes place by virtue of a positive sympathy among the created springing from the continuity of mind. So this continuity, this well of potential dimensionality and accrued biases, accrued habits, that could develop these ever higher orders of positive sympathy that I'd suggest might be able to elucidate what Peirce meant. Okay, so I guess I will talk about virtuality just a little bit. So in the sort of dyadic story, what I'd want to suggest, and I don't even really need to invoke, like, I'm not even referring to Saussure necessarily. What I'm really referring to is a much broader body of work having to do with like behaviorism or Shannon interpretations of information, where it's a stimulus or a response, or a sender or a receiver, right? So we all know these models. And so the question we can ask ourselves, is there virtuality? Is there potential for iconicity? And I would suggest no. But what we could do is we could start with triadicity. We could start with what I would like to suggest call an affective field, not the first to call it that, but that you collapse the sender-receiver into each node from the model before, and that they're all communicating, they're simultaneously molding and being molded by their shared milieu, their shared field, that they're co-creating, their ecosystem, if you will. And then all this is doing here is saying, okay, well, they each have their own hexiety, they each have their own uniqueness, that we're leveraging the complexity, we're leveraging this infinite well of potentiality, so that each node is unique, but critically they're overlapping, they're unique but overlapping, and we have plenty of dimensionality to work with to do this such that it never repeats itself. And then this continuous hexiety begins to get some of these dilemmas. It's a timeless philosophical problem between continuity and discontinuity, how it is you resolve particularness with the fact that there's still the potential for relationship, and that these could build on each other, and that they don't become redundant. And then with this hexiety, it also fleshes out this idea of unique will, which we'll all continue to build on. So this virtual affective field with infinite potential is itself a distinct affinity that can scale arbitrarily, which gets to this sort of our group's maybe general idea of internal resonance, which Jagmer will probably maybe talk about a little bit with respect to Simondon. That's one of his really critical concepts, which, yeah. So this is, I believe, my second to last slide. How am I doing on time, by the way? Oh, don't know. I will move quickly and finish up. So this is just actually kind of a recap, just adding some layers here. Actually, Ludmila Lakova had a really lovely paper recently about folding. You know, this notion of folding, I think, is really critical. I mean, essentially, that's what I'm arguing for, is you have this infinite potential to fold, and she does a really great job in her paper with respect to proteins, making the case in the realm of proteins. But also, she, just in one sentence, it was great, he suggested that, you know, the triadicity precedes the dyadicity. And I think that's really helpful, because it, in all our talks about the diagrams and all that is great. I mean, it's all useful stuff, but the question always remains, like, where's the iconicity? Where's the grounding? Where are the affinities? And how is it they emerge? And so this is just coming back. This is just another way of representing what it is I showed originally, of biasing the network. And I won't read all these guys, but again, as Don said, go back to the YouTube, but and review it. But I guess I will say over here the infinite virtuality of Tykism, generating one's own luck. So this kind of gets to this idea of like a unique will, that, is it free will? Is it destiny? Is it, you know, well, no, you're actually literally generating your own unique on the planet potentiality at ever higher orders of complexity via an affective iconicity and indexicality. And that's a paper that Victoria Alexander and I did exploring in living systems are smarter than bots, right? Did I get that right? Got close. Oh, and Oscar. Yeah, Oscar. No, I did. Yeah, just the other day. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Yeah. So the three of us worked on, we talked about amoebas, but anyway, we were trying to, like Timo, I think it's related at a different scale, this idea of iconicity and indexicality, I think refocusing on that a bit, other than the symbolicity. Final slide. So there's really a lot here, so I'm just going to say some really quick things and let it go at that. But what I'd like to argue, like this is a diagram that's been accreted upon and upon because Elhani, it was first with Elhani in 2013. I think Elhani et al. Forgive me for my, but he had this diagram, and then Don built on it in his 2015 paper on the relevant next, and now I'm building on it. So I'm essentially, what I'm trying to do is I'm taking this guy here, turning it sort of sideways, like this. So, and the colors, you can't really see the colors very, very well, but what I'm trying to communicate is that the colors are evolving, that all these different the affective field is time irreversible and irreducible. So it never goes backward, it can't, and that's an argument for another talk. But if you warrant that, then we can begin to talk about how it is we can have an irreversible semiosis and the relationship between the immediate object and then I would agree with Elhani, like you can't really see it very well. There's actually meant to be a lighter box here that goes all around these objects here, and that lighter box that encompasses more broadly those individual ones would be the dynamical object as like a network of relations. And that network of relations is in tension with the more immediate affective field, and that they co-inform each other constantly. Then I think you can build on that idea to start talking about Don's relevant next, Kalevi's free choice. And I didn't talk a ton about relevant noise, but I think we'll save that for another time. But then this idea of flow of experience that Valsener talks about, I think we can begin to ground that as well. So thank you.
Okay, next up we have Yakmar Denizan and Vefa Karatai, thank you, with their talk Biomolecular Condensates from a Network Perspective, a Simondonian Interpretation.
Okay, thank you. So let me keep the notes such that I don't forget certain things that I would like to say, but I'm not sure. So, okay. Since many years, me and my colleague have been trying to promote Simondonian theory of individuation. This is from his, actually the publication from his PhD thesis, to the biosemiotics community, and I suppose with some success such that we can have this session, 4 of us here. Really, I think we are trying to introduce his theory because we think that his all-embracing ontogenetic framework offers a lot for the demands of biosemiotics. So I think this subject of biomolecular condensates, which is really flourishing field of research, as you can see, is very suitable because its understanding demands a paradigm shift, which we hope actually Simondon has offered so many years ago. So that's a good occasion for appreciating his farsightedness and the potential of his theory. Okay, so let's start with asking about how we characterized an object of study, or more generally, how to characterize a being. One possibility is to do so topologically, that is to say, by, I mean, in terms of the boundary that keeps its components together, them in order, and protects this order against external perturbations. Of course, these components themselves can also be characterized in terms of their boundaries, such that we end up with this borders within borders, or surfaces inside surfaces, as Jesper wrote about, so typical for biology. Another alternative would be something that is somewhat cybernetically flavored, namely to characterize a being relationally in terms of the relationships between its components, the relationships that keep up this internal order. Actually, Valentin Turchin has, just as an example, has formulated something like this in his metasystem transition theory in the project of Principia Cybernetica. So if you have systems at this similar level, they can come together to form a metasystem if they can be united, coordinated under a control. Please note, for God's sake, this control should not be confused with an external control. This C, rather than that, symbolizes actually the system of interactions between the subsystems S1 to Sn. So this symbolism C doesn't say much further about these interactions. Theory, the network theory that has become increasingly popular since the turn of the millennium, looks actually into the C, how these subsystems are interacting. And it makes use of the mathematical graph theory, which in turn makes use of the whole nice toolkit of linear algebra, matrices, eigenvalues, eigenvectors, ranks, etc. So lends itself really very well to analysis and is utilized in almost all fields. I found this example network in the internet, and it turned out to be the network of character co-occurrences in Les Miserables, so every discipline is using it. So back to the network representation. Please note a representation between discrete objects, and these discrete objects are treated as atomistic ideal building blocks, even if they are not. That is to say, steady state structures with a fixed behavioral character. So definitely Josh's notes in his higher dimensional interference project are not of that kind. And they are representable as if they were monolithic entities having a single phase, having a single order. Okay. So if we use it recursively, such systems at S level can group into some order if they can develop an internal control among each other, giving rise to S prime level order, or as double prime, etc. So metasystem level, metasystem transitions, giving rise to a hierarchically organized system, where, of course, as you go up, both the scale, the dimension, is increasing, and also the complexity of these entities. So this is a representation as networks within networks within networks, where each network, when you focus, you can recognize a lower dimensional network below it. But if you look at it at a given level, they can be treated as an ideal atomistic building block. Now let's see how well this model lends itself, or let's put it the other way around, how our good old cell lends itself to such a modeling. Can we describe it like this? Yes, I mean, it's a nice representation, but let's have a look at these biomolecules. For example, proteins. Let's have a look at a structured protein. If it's really one of those structured proteins, then you can, without loss of generality, treat it as an atomistic building blocks that can be used in the construction of higher order structures, or for example, organelles. But what if it has some intrinsically disordered regions, as some of them have? Or even worse, all of it is intrinsically disordered. In this case, it cannot be treated as an ideal atomistic building block for higher order representations, for higher order interactions. So if many of them come together in an aqueous solution, particularly as it's the case in living systems, then depending on external conditions, environmental conditions, different phases, different orders can be generated by the so-called liquid-liquid phase separation mechanism. So let's focus on the next level, look at the organelle level. Okay, on one hand we have the well-studied membrane-bound organelles, which can also be characterized by the membrane, by the boundary, and certainly can be well represented as an ideal building block for the establishment of the cell-level order. But what about the other ones? The membraneless organelles that are being increasingly discovered, which emerge via this mechanism of liquid-liquid phase separation. One might say, okay, but they are marginal, they are temporary constructs that perhaps underdeveloped. Maybe if they become functional one day, they will also develop their own membranes. Well, if you look at the certainly quite imperfect list of its functions, it doesn't look like that. For example, look at the stress response. Do you think that the agility needed for stress response can be afforded in spite of a membrane? No. Look at this very recent publication, Biomolecular Condensates at the Nexus of Cellular Stress, Protein Aggregation Disease, and Aging. Well, stress response is a healthy usage of the biomolecular condensate. The other two goes pathological. Well, whatever can be used can also be misused, can run astray and give rise to pathology, of course. But still, I mean, how are these biomolecular condensates controlled, these membraneless organelles? How is this control established? Well, we could say via a network. let's read the topic. Competing protein RNA interaction networks control multiphase intracellular organization. You see, these different networks correspond to different S' level organelles, membraneless, and when they compete, they create an intracellular order that has multiple phases. All right. Here, another example of networks of such organelles, membraneless organelles, or even networks, interactions between membraneless and membrane-bound organelles. But there's something more. Look at that. A framework for understanding the functions of biomolecular condensates across scales, across different orders of magnitude. Molecular, mesoscale, so organelle scale if you wish, and macro, cell level. So the interaction is, or the effect of the biomolecular condensates is not confined to a single level, that means. And we can go even further. Look at that. Phase separation in genome organization across evolution, so across orders of magnitude in time. So, seeing all this, it seems justified to ask for a change in the notion of network as the representation of relationships between atomistic building blocks at the same organizational level. For that, we will heed Simondon. His theory of individuation is a unifying processual approach to ontogenesis. He starts with the so-called metastable pre-individual being, a being that has no phases, no order, but full of tension, full of conflicts. That's what metastability is. When it comes in touch with germ of structure, well, in quotation marks, because it can also be a conceptual structure. It can be anything that breaks the symmetry between the competing alternatives. So if these two touch, the process of individuation is unleashed, which is tantamount to the appearance, emergence of phases. To have this theory all-embracing, Simondon has formulated three different modes of individuation. The first, the simplest one, is physical, for which he used as a metaphor and basic prototype a supersaturated solution. If you drop a single crystal or a sand into it, you unleash the process of crystallization, which is terminated by complete exhaustion of metastability. On the other hand, vital individuation is characterized by sustaining metastability. How does that happen? Simondon warns, vital individuation does not step in after the completion of the physical individuation. No, it intervenes and prevents the exhaustion of metastability. The third one is the so-called psychocollective one. I will not go into that, but it has the potential of amplifying metastability, as one can imagine. So, now back to that question in the light of Simondon's theory. The cybernetic relational approach characterizes the being by its unity and identity, which we can say is the relational order of its subsystems. On the other hand, Simondon would introduce a different relationality in terms of the mediation the being performs between disparate orders. Orders can be each block at any level, So this mediation can be between the same level orders, but orders is also can also be at different orders of magnitude. So all of a sudden you have a being characterized by what Simondon calls internal resonance, which we can say is the interactive communication it facilitates between different orders, disparate orders. Given the time limitation, I just leave it here, the quotation from Simondon. So you can read it while I say a few more words. There is a lot to say in it about signification. And before my time is up, let me indicate the connection to biosemiotics. Actually, I have one more slide where I try to establish the keywords and the key steps in connection with the interpreter and how to embed the interpreter back to its context. But I want to close with another very crucial connection to biosemiotics. I want to refer back to Don's question at the opening talk. What is biosemiotics? We cannot define it by its identity, but by the internal resonance, which is the interactive communication we have here, both among each other and across time, also into the future, I hope. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jagmar. Finally, we have a presentation by Victoria Alexander on uncreative pathologies, mass hysteria, and autoimmune disease.
Thank you. I'm going to sit down because I'm going to stick to the script, and hopefully I'll get under 15 minutes. That's kind of cool. Thank you. Make sure I make that close enough. Get my thing. Okay, local sign action is open to error, which allows flexibility, creativity, and learning, but sometimes errors can spread with positive feedback, and the living system becomes repetitive and inflexible. It's a bit strange that the same semiotic mechanisms that allow learning to occur prevent learning something new. How does this happen? Can you stop it? For both autoimmune disease and hysterical mass formation, it is said that there isn't a cure. Generally, doctors just try to keep the symptoms of autoimmunity under control. And those who are under the spell of some ideology can't hear facts. They translate reality into self-reinforcing narratives that become an end unto itself, an internalized object. They have been reduced to trading in tardo signs, to use Tyler Bennett's term. This is a downside to semiosis. As Tyler writes, sensory, motor, affect, and percept are diminished in symbolic reference, both potentiating reproduction and automation and reinforcing the conceptual apparatus. Ain't that the truth? People in mass formation seem hypnotized. I've investigated how hypnosis can be used to deactivate unhealthy mental habits. It seems these therapists use a kind of biosemiotic approach to understanding how meaning is formed in the subconscious, linking arbitrary things by generalization, association, and repetition. Erroneous linkages are more likely to be made if the subject is experiencing extreme stress. Likewise, autoimmune disease seems only to emerge after an acute infection or exposure to toxins. Stress-induced inflammation triggers a signaling cascade that seems to hardwire a reaction that just won't turn off. Yammer might describe pathological responses as a mode of individuation that has exhausted its metastability and has become crystallized in a sense. Josh's term might be overcoherence. Pathological responses could be purely chaotic too, but I think that wholly disordered responses would lead pretty quickly to death, whereas the kind of pathological responses I'm interested in here have duration. They keep reenacting themselves in a mechanistic, inhuman, and irrational way. Whenever I'm in Czechia, I'm reminded of the idea of golem, which is apropos this discussion. While waiting in the airport, I found this quote from Terry Deacon in Tyler's dissertation. The true golems of today are not artificial living beings, but rather bureaucracies, legal systems and computers in their design as well as their role as unerringly literal slaves. Digital computers are the epitome of a creation that embodies truth maintenance. Today's golem is a technocratic blend of quasi-legal regulations, secret intellectual property rights, AI-directed censorship. Golems are designed to protect you from bad actors, but they will turn on you. They fail to interpret context appropriately and see everything in terms of a single totalitarian narrative. In a similar fashion, killer T cells are evolved to attack infected cells, but sometimes they can turn on healthy cells. Two main mechanisms are thought to underlie both vaccine and viral infection-induced autoimmune responses: molecular mimicry and bystander activation, which we may think of as having icon and index relations, respectively. An autoimmune response triggered by molecular mimicry occurs when a virus protein is structurally similar to an animal protein. Cytotoxic T cells learn to overgeneralize and attack both virus-infected cells and healthy cells. A cytokine storm of signals further amplifies T cell replication. The SARS-CoV-2 virus has 28 proteins that are similar to human proteins. This may explain why, if left untreated, the normally mild COVID-19 can develop into a severe illness, and T cells trained to attack virus cells turn on the brain, intestines, lungs, or liver cells. With bystander activation, cytotoxic memory T cells from a previous acute infection become reactivated by cytokines signaling a new and unrelated infection. But these old T cells attack healthy tissue cells. This may be due to the fact that during the previous infection, the protein fragments of the many T cell killed human cells were engulfed by antigen-presenting cells, which then falsely indicated to the T cells that the host's own proteins were associated with infection. So the use of icons and indexes, which usually make a living system vital and intelligent, in this case, turn it into a kind of mindless golem. I've just described local sign action. One agent, the killer T cell, is making an error. This kind of error is tolerated all the time in healthy bodies. If the T cell kills a few healthy cells, it's generally not a problem. That's part of being sick. In a normal immune response, the killer T cells eventually start killing each other in the contraction phase. But with acute autoimmune disease, the T cells don't deactivate each other and the behavior spreads. The body can't switch it off. All living systems rely on countless interrelated reaction diffusion processes that switch on and off. The byproducts of one reaction reach a threshold, which triggers a new reaction. The same elements that lead to activation also inhibit at different phases. Numerous different relations oscillating back and forth, holding a healthy body in a state of tension, a state of internal resonance, or a dynamic metastability, open to adaptability. I haven't read Simondon. I get all this through Yammer. But that was Simondon-like. Let me make further comparisons between autoimmune disease and the phenomenon of mass formation. As Matthias Desmet argues, drawing from Hannah Arendt and Gustav Le Bon, in times of stress, propaganda promoting some greater good ideology may motivate people to attack certain members of their own society whom they think are infected with bad character or bad ideas. Desmet notes that we've seen this before with witch hunts, Nazis, Soviets, and more lately COVID-19 misinformation. Desmet opines that the only way the hysteria will end is if it turns on itself. He recalls how Hitler became disappointed with the German soldiers for losing on the Soviet front and sacrificed them to further slaughter. Stalin became so paranoid he had loyal party members killed. But just hoping that the hysterical killer cells in our society will kill each other off is not a kind of remedy I wish for. I'd rather try to wake up the victims or somehow retrain those runaway killer T cells. As Desmet further notes, forcing an hysterical person to face facts and to use reason doesn't work. Instead, he suggests that we may turn to aesthetic tools to resist the totalitarian ideology. Propaganda, as oversimplified as it is an aesthetic discourse, making use of association, generalization, and repetition. Reason and logic cannot overcome this, perhaps because it takes the same kind of semiotic mechanisms that caused the problem to undo it. The antidote to oversimplified propaganda may be multivocal, complex art. While nurses and doctors were modeling mass formation with their dances, utterly failing to practice the art of medicine and instead following a weaponized bureaucracy, implementing a wholly inappropriate standard of care, in early April 2020, lockdown protesters filled the Paris train station and started to dance. Within days, similar illegal dance events took place all over the globe. This dancing crowd may seem like a metaphor for vital metastability. A common tempo keeps them more or less together, but it definitely looks more like flocking than a military marching. Local sign action allows for error and the emergence of subjectivity. Postmodern academics used to say that science is just another narrative. That is, a subjective perspective, socially constructed. These days, those same academics now say a single narrative, known as expert opinion, is science. Follow the science. The project of empiricism has been inverted. As biosemioticians, we argue that aesthetic interpretation affects probabilities of physical outcomes and thus is a causal factor. A complex system's interactions themselves may be qualitative, and therefore the subjectivity is not merely due to the observer, it's in the system itself. This is very different from saying that the subjective and objective are incompatible realms, or that subjectivity is all there is. Ever since Descartes, culture has been kind of schizo. Biosemiotics can be part of a guiding philosophy to help it heal. But you know what might be the best argument? No argument at all. Instead, for my final allotted minute, I'll just let this play, and I can take, I won't take questions. I'll just, how do I get a little bit of volume on this? I just should have some music.
No, yeah. We need the voice here.
Yeah. Everybody else is going to come up.
All right, how about we have all of our presenters come up then, and we can take questions from any of the 4 presentations. First, I see Alexei's hand. Yeah.
Okay. I will start with opinion, and that will fold into a question. So the opinion is that Simondon's theory of individuation was presented by most of the speakers as a process ontology, and with all its problems. So it doesn't yet come to the level of agency and semiosis. So I hope that in the future this will be somehow ameliorated and improved. So the only theory was fully semiotic, and I think she showed it from the point of benefits and so functions, because it's so Simondon's individuation is not just collapsing of undifferentiated medium into phases, liquid phases or whatever, crystallization. So it's not just structures, the functions that matter, and that's what we should look for. So I hope that you will respond to this and will try to somehow improve it in the future.
First of all, I certainly cannot claim to be a Simondon expert. I certainly have not even presented a fraction of what I happen to know. There was just the part that is relevant, that can be relevant to biomolecular condensates, because even such a fundamental level and physical-chemical process is not accounted for in the within the realm of the established paradigm. So that's why I just concentrated on that part to emphasize that even the hardcore scientific aspect can benefit a lot from Simondon's ontogenetic framework, but I can promise that in the following years we can delve more into the semiotic aspects in the context of Simondon. I mean, his theory has a potential to be drawn into all directions. So what I did was just to emphasize one lower level aspect.
That's a great question. I absolutely, none of us really answered the question of agency. You're absolutely correct. But I think to build off what Jagmer was saying, at least for me in particular, I want to go back to where it is. I think the standard story of agency hasn't even started, actually. I think, and that's what this community is actually well suited to do. I think the novel dimensions that that Simondon discusses and how that distinguishes between physical he makes a very clear distinction between physical individuation and vital individuation in his notion of, I was talking to Aaron Gare earlier about, who also appreciates Simondon, neoteny, and how Jagmar pointed out that it's the stopping of the system going to its crystalline end state. That as a project, as an overall project, long before I think we really even try to answer agency writ large, to go back to our premises, which I guess we'd probably all agree are in need of some review.
Really quick. I'll try to. Okay. Yeah. So, to the extent when a regularity emerges that resonates between the living system and the environment, that's an opportunity for a function to emerge, for detecting something in the environment, and then that's where, so this is all pre-function. How do we get there?
Thank you. mean, again, I'm in agreement with the group. Yes, we haven't touched it, but maybe if we start from different starting points, maybe the notion of agency we eventually develop will be different. May be something you don't feel offhand that it can't be done, right? Just it hasn't been done. Is that right? Okay. Then we'll take the challenge. We'll take the challenge, Alexei.
This slide that I didn't show.
Learning starts, and this is where semiotics starts, because the previous steps are just physics.
All right, yeah.
Maybe we just pass it to each other. It is important to have the complexity level in the physics that can afford the metastability, and that was exactly the macro-scale biomolecules. From there onward, Simondon says, the possibility appears to maintain the metastability, because if you have simpler molecules, they run down to a stable position and stay there. But macromolecular molecules can have different configurations. The metastability needed for context sensitivity, of course, which at higher levels can allow freedom of choice, even.
Okay, yeah, we have another one, and I think Timo just after if we have time.
Yeah, Boris, and then and then Timo. Yeah.
Hi. So I have a little comment, more of a comment than a question to John's talk, and that's this way. Awesome. That I'm extremely pleased that you gave that talk, and also one of the reasons is because I have an opportunity to rectify analytic philosophers again. So the whole talk about this tension between free will, determinism. This is basically what the entire movement of compatibilism is about in analytic philosophy since the 60s at least. And I'm very, very pleased that you guys are doing a similar thing, because you're actually converging to the very same conclusions that they do right now with the newest strand, which is called the so-called new dispositionalism. Oh, that's it. So you come to the moment when you not only care about compatibility of what can be, the ability not to do something, to choose otherwise, but also to look at the historical context and how it's, how the past comes into it. So it's really fun to see the whole biosemiotics community converging with the, with let's say more boring but classical strand of analytical philosophy that's happening in other departments. So thanks.
We don't know what possibilities and potentials lie in any given interaction. We want to do this. So please come talk to us sometime about the new dispositional theory.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Joshua. I was happy that you mentioned Ludmila's paper, because we are presenting tomorrow a work of us, and I think what you're doing is close to what we are intending to do. But my question is about one of the concepts you're using, virtuality. And you use it in a person framework, but I think it's not exactly in the way Peirce would use, because Peirce has a very precise definition of what virtue is. So I would like you to define, if you can, what you mean by virtuality, because in Peirce's sense, the virtue is something that has a virtue. It means a conditional expectancy in the future. So it must be already symbolic. It's not iconic. So I don't know if you have a different notion of virtuality.
No, that's a great question. There is a bit of the chicken egg problem. I mean, because we all talk about the firstness, secondness, and thirdness coexisting, and that they're irreducible. So that we don't want to get in the trap to say, oh, well, firstness happens first, and then secondness, then thirdness. But so that's to say that I'm sure I am I definitely want to respect Simondon and Peirce, and the way I would try to do that, to your point, is that there's the combination of potentiality in the 14th century definition of virtuality, but then also to your point that's an affinity, a predilection, that there's there's already a kind of a habit built in there, and that and then in my model it's a whole series of habits, and how it is those habits, kind of to Alexi's, I think, question, how they mediate each other is non-trivial, and that there's a veritable, which goes to Ludmila's paper. I think that there's simultaneously, let's just say infinite. I mean, it's what, 10 to the 30th, 10 to the 300th, depending on which paper you read, how many different ways a protein can fold. There's that potential for all that, but obviously there's only a handful that it will remotely work. And that there, in that sense, I might answer your question with like, okay, well, works meaning like you're not going to die or have some sort of pathological outcome, in that sense of virtue. Yeah. But we can talk more about it. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. The question is inspired by Don's talk, but well, open for comments. So you gave this example of brain doing something and not yet knowing what he's doing, and kind of finding it out afterwards. So it brought into mind a bit similar semiotic concept to Simondon, which is by Michal Polanyi and his tacit knowledge and tacit sign, where basically sign is considered as a kind of from-to structure, and there's something going on there and you actually do not know what it is, and then retrospectively you can made a decision that this was a semiotic process. So my question probably is about like a possible connection or parallels between Simondon's thinking and Polanyi's thinking. So if any of you has like any point on that.
Yeah, Timo, to the point that you bring up specifically, it does go to the concept that I made that our understandings and our percepts are drenched with meaning that's not immediately actualized. Polanyi's tacit dimension is exactly that. We get it, we know, we see, or it's felt, semiotically it's processed, but it doesn't rise to awareness yet. Generally, for those, I'm sure most of you know, but Polanyi's experiment, one of his many experiments, was that people are going to be shocked at what's supposed to be, given a shock, as what's supposed to be random intervals, but actually they're being given it after a certain syllable is heard. And then pretty much they start anticipating the shock coming. So some part of their system has registered this index, this association, but it doesn't rise to conscious awareness. So again, for us, this is biosemiosis, again, which is why I was very adamant about let's get this talk of mental image out. Maybe it belongs somewhere. Maybe there be a notion of a convergence of different, sign manifestations. But we're not going to start with mental image. That's going to get us nowhere, right? There's signs throughout life, way before anyone had a mental image.
I noticed that biosemiotics almost never talk about consciousness. You notice that? So.
I would like to make one comment on what you mentioned, Tori. The mass hysteria seen from the modes of individuation corresponds to one extreme of pathology. I mean, vital individuation. If it runs astray, it can lead, for example, some kind of neurodegenerative diseases, etc. The other way of entering a pathological pathway is to exhaust metastability and turn into a monolithic structure that has lost all this sensitivity aspect of living systems that is supported and established by metastability.
Are we trying to add just even more metastability to biosemiotics by introducing Simondon. Why not? See how fecund it can be.
Final question.
Thanks very much. Thanks to all the speakers for a very interesting panel. I think bringing Simondon in semiotics is really a way forward. I have a focus question for Victoria Alexandra, if I may. You introduced us to your argument by asking, isn't it strange that the same semiotic mechanisms are responsible both for this and that, right? And sure, if you put it like that, yeah, it's strange. And here's a question to irritate all semioticians. But actually it's not strange because there is no semiosis, right? All that there is this stuff here, right? Semiosis is a concept, arguably an extremely useful concept that unlocks all kinds of understandings. But there is no semiosis, hence there's nothing strange going on over there. How would you react to that? Thank you.
Well, I don't really think it's strange because I think about reaction diffusion processes going on all the time that both inhibit and activate different processes. So that's really what I had in mind. I think when I made that remark, most people would think it's strange. When people are dealing with pathology, usually they try to find a culprit and kill it. But really, it's the oscillating in the system being stuck in one mode. So if you kill it in this mode, you might do further damage. So.
All right, thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you for your comments, and it is now lunchtime.
A very unwieldy group.
I would love to have a copy of your slides if you'd be willing to share. Great. Yeah.
One big question is, we talked ourselves into some kind of mass motion psychosis. We four.
I mean,
perhaps
there's always
The presenters of the next session, if you have your slides, it would be great if you can bring them here.
Yeah, I liked what you're bringing, Huxley there.
Yes. Great. Thank you.
presentation already. I don't know. Here is the last. Do you know? Yeah, there it is. Anyone to be seated or?
I want to be seated.
Okay, so I left the mic here.
Thank you. How can I
Switch the slide?
Yes.
Or
No, switch the slides here, yes?
yeah, just yeah. Let's
Tá.
Claudia to do it.
Okay.
Claudia, how do we make for the projector?
Just start the presentation right away.
Just the presentation mode, and it will be projected.
I don't speak
Up
Czech.
there? No.
This icon.
Okay.
And there you go. You have presenter mode here, so if you have any notes, you can keep going. You move forward as usual. Everything's working.
Perfect. Thank you. She's my big fan.
She's a good friend.
My big fan also.
And she should go to the hospital.
She should go today.
Okay. Can we start, Claudia? Okay, welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you enjoyed some Czech food. And we start our afternoon session with Marcia Olson from University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And she will present a topic of disinformation and bioethics, connections between blockchain technology and precision semiotics.
Thank you, Ludmila. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here in Olomouc to present an excerpt of my research. I started my studies on the blockchain while still in my master's degree, focusing on disinformation, and now in my doctorate, my goal is to look at this technology in a more embracing way, from Charles Sanders Peirce semiotics and pragmatism lenses. I'm going to read my presentation. About fake news. We know that the problem of fake news is not new. So what is new in this contemporary phenomenon of disinformation? According to Zanata, what is new is a specific ecology in which it becomes possible to collect a lot of data that would serve a specific purpose, but whose pact is broken, combined with the very accelerated development of psychometric techniques. In addition, there is the construction of these psychological profiles aimed at political orientation. These two phenomena are new and are part of this new ecology of fake news, so to speak. This is a free translation. The big data element has the potential to make fake news rather than just spreading more quickly, personalized, customized, and targeted. For Zanata, the entire fake news industry is structured around this illegal data collection process. This is also a free translation. The collection of personal data to disseminate this information, whose most emblematic case was that of Cambridge Analytica, is what we directly relate to the issue of bioethics. According to Romanini, stricto sensu, we define bioethics as the study of general norms that underlie prudent conduct on the part of professionals in the biomedical sciences. Lato sensu is the ethics applied to human actions that impact the phenomena of life. Romanini describes some sources of bioethical dilemmas in contemporary society, and among them, points out the control and use of information collected about living beings. In other words, big data, more than about people, is people themselves leaving their digital footprints in the world, or we can say their shadows. This is what the phenomenon of fake news, which finds big data a great ally for its dissemination, can be treated from the point of view of bioethics. And what about blockchain? Blockchain technology emerged in 2008 when a developer identified by Satoshi Nakamoto posted the idea of a cryptocurrency called Bitcoin on an internet cryptocurrency discussion group. It is not known, however, the true identity of Nakamoto, which may even be a pseudonym for a group of developers. One of the biggest promises of this technology, according to several authors, is the elimination of intermediaries, primarily in the financial sector, such as Bitcoin. According to Weisselbraun, blockchain is a technology for the tamper-proof creation and storage of data. Data is stored in blocks, each linked to the previous block, creating a chain. Each block is composed of transaction data and a header. The header of each block contains the hash, a kind of identifying fingerprint of the previous block's header. Two characteristics of this technology interests us as a possibility of harm reduction for the problem of fake news, the immutability of records, and the consensus shared by the community involved. The idea of consensus is a key issue in blockchain technology. It is only after the consensus of an interested community on the validity of transactions that a new block can be added to the chain. Trust in coding is a key point of this technology, and trust in a blockchain is given by the consensus existing between all, or at least most, of the network nodes. In addition to cryptocurrencies, many other applications for blockchain technology are envisioned by its scholars and especially by its enthusiasts. The logistics area, for example, can benefit from blockchain applications because a code insert into products would allow them to be tracked throughout the production or distribution chain, in addition to making it possible to certify their origin. In the arts, there are many other possible applications. One of them, for example, is the registration of images and works on the blockchain, which would allow unequivocal proof of authorship. These are the famous NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. Thus, among the many possible applications for blockchain technology, there is journalism, and more specifically, the fight against disinformation. We highlight some published works that discuss this facet of technology. One of the first works that combined blockchain technology with the problem of fake news is on the article Fake News, a Technological Approach to Proving the Origins of Content Using Blockchains by researchers Huckle and White. In this article, the authors present the Provenator, a prototype of a blockchain application to fight against fake news. It was a tool used to prove beyond doubt the origin of content. The application Provenator stores provenance metadata on a blockchain, thus enabling content creators to prove unequivocally the origins of their media resources. According to the authors, however, the application would only solve part of the problem, as it would not be possible yet to prove the veracity of a story as a whole. For now, Provenator was developed for image registration. Furthermore, a single modified pixel in the image file, imperceptible to the naked eye, would already generate a new registration number in the chain. Despite these issues, the authors are confident that blockchain technology is the most promising for proving the origin of media resources. For Murabito, however, blockchain applications that aim to combat disinformation are still exclusively based on the possibility of undoubted verification of the origin of the information, not exploring the characteristic of consensus, one of the pillars of blockchain technology. Without the consensual element, the validation of information just because it is registered in the blockchain would be closer to the method of authority presented by Peirce in the fixation of belief than to the scientific method, which indeed requires a socially shared investigation. Murabito warns of the possibility of the emergence of competing blockchains which would reproduce the war of narratives that we already have now. In the article Blockchain in Journalism, published on the Columbia Journalist Review website, Ivanxis states that the use of blockchain in journalism tend to be through private blockchains, in addition to having the following characteristics and premises. Journalistic blockchain applications tend to favor constitution-driven private networks with agreed community guidelines. They do this to minimize the computational power need to validate blocks and build trust in a community where stakeholders know each other and are empowered to police the actions of others. The author also states that the adoption of blockchain by journalists may involve the use of cryptocurrencies, as these can be used to reward those involved in the chain, be they reporters, collaborators, freelancers, or even readers. According to the author, crypto economics requires a radical restructuring of traditional news business models. Prado, in turn, highlights the ability of blockchain technology to fight against censorship in journalism. In the case of journalism, the key is knowing that a blockchain platform is resistant to the modification of the data contained therein, which is also useful when it is necessary to protect news content from tampering and censorship. Also a free translation. For Cruz Stefani, the fact that the blockchain is a distributed network rescues the concept of collective intelligence on the internet. After all, it is not up to a human actor to certify a phenomenon, but to the sequence of human and non-human actors collectively involved. Instead of a certifier just saying if something is true or false, we must make use of the entire complex mesh embedded in a common, decentralized, centrifugal certification network, exactly as is done with Bitcoin transactions. From the examples and sources consulted for this brief reasoning, we can conclude that the use of blockchain in journalism seems to be a path of no return. This becomes even more evident when we find very consistent theoretical basis for this phenomenon, such as Charles Sanders Peirce's pragmatism. Why should we connect blockchain to Peirce's pragmatism and semiotics? A semiotic analysis of blockchain technology was proposed by Weichsel-Braun in a 2021 article called In Code with Trust on the semiotics of blockchain. According to the author, the index is the central semiotic concept for understanding technology. However, we need to differentiate the index that connects the sign materially to its object from the index that is part of a continuum of operations, which is the blockchain. In this case, we need a symbol, the only sign that allows the dynamism of the continuum in a community. What makes blockchain adopted by an interested community is the trust it creates, and this is a symbolic dimension. People want to record events on the blockchain network with a purpose, and the index has no purpose, and for this reason, it would be a blind record. Anyone who marries and decides to register their wedding on a blockchain network, for example, does so with a purpose, and the index alone does not account for this purposeful dimension. The social construction of consensus, understood as a socially shared final opinion, is also key to pragmatism as it was originally proposed by Peirce, sometimes called pragmaticism. Pragmatism was defined by him as a method for clarifying doubts and establishing beliefs based on the facts of socially shared experience or common ground. In How to Make Our Ideas Clear, Peirce presents his pragmatic maxim. Consider what effects that might conceivably have practical bearings we conceive the object of our conception to have. Then, our conception of these effects is the whole of our conception of the object. Blockchain can potentially automate the truth-seeking process, which would be of a great value in combating disinformation. The need for a consensus to validate the information recorded in the blocks is an essentially pragmatic aspect. The blockchain dynamics simulate the scientific method proposed by Peirce and the shared search for the truth by an interested community. Each investigator contributes with their experience, which is indelibly engraved in the chain. It is not necessary to start over from scratch each time we engage in an inquiry. If we think, for example, of the concept of disinformation or fake news, it is usually described from the motivations of the actors who produce it. That is, fake news is those that are intentionally false, with the intention of deceiving, thus different from simple journalistic error. Pragmatism proposes a new approach to definition of concepts. Therefore, from pragmatism, we must think about disinformation from its effects, that is, from its dynamic interpretant. We can say that fake news is a symbol whose dynamic object is a fictional world purposely created to deceive and whose dynamic interpretant is a post-reality. These are some of my references. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Perfectly on time. So we have 5 minutes for questions. I would like to start, Ivan.
Which one? I'm sorry, I think it was in the end of the panel.
Yes, thank you. It's an interesting topic, but I actually did not understand how blockchain can help us fight censorship. Can you maybe give some example, because it was unclear for me. Yeah.
Yes, because once you record some image, some picture, something in the chain, this cannot be changed, this cannot be deleted. And if you have, for example, a picture that was tempered? Yes. You can compare and you see that the picture is not the original. And the metadata is also recorded in the chain. So you have a proof of authenticity. Thank you. More or less like this.
Anyone else has a question or a comment?
No?
Okay, thank you very much, Marta.
Thank you.
Good. So the second speaker of our session of this afternoon is Daria Arkhipova from University of Turin in Italy. And her presentation is entitled Modeling of Semiosis in Artificial Intelligence-Mediated Communication Between Neuroscience and Biosemiotics in Research on Human Cognition. The floor is yours.
Thank you a lot, Ludmila. Do you hear me from this? Oh, I should come closer, okay. So, thank you a lot. It's an incredible honor for me to present to you part of my research. I'm doing my PhD on how AI recommendations, so recommendations of artificial intelligence used on social media platform can influence our decision-making process and cognition in general. And I would like to present to you part of my research, since 15 minutes are not a lot. We can discuss later if I'm not getting into some particular point. And also let's hope that my inner tremor, which can be interpreted as excitement or stress, would not interfere with my presentation. So today we will go through the following agenda. I would try to talk a bit about stress and explain you what I mean by stress in my research. Then I will talk about tools which are used in order to develop artificial intelligence recommendation nowadays, with which most of us interact daily. And then we will talk about the cause which can be found within digital platforms, which may lead to digital burnout, as it is particular key of my presentation today. This is just an image which somehow can be provocative, but the fact is, what is stress? And by stress, I mean a condition of arousal causing response of organism of different levels, which can be detected through change in endocrine system, for example, as production of different hormones, and cognitive interpretation and subsequent decision-making process. And when we are talking about stress, stress is very important mechanism of evolution. So if this kind of animal would enter now to the audience, you would have a rise of your cortisol levels, your adrenal glands would start to work, all the corticoids would go into your muscles, and you would run as soon as possible, probably climb somewhere up there. However, I can see that all the levels of cortisol are at the what can be called normal state, so this image particularly not threatening you. However, stress being very important evolutionary mechanism, when it is happening every day because of the environment we are placed in, can become a chronic stress or distress, in other words. And nowadays, we are facing a particular stage of our body conditions, which can be called digital burnout. After pandemic of 2019, for 2 years, when we've been in a very comfortable position at our house, well equipped, no animals did supposed to attack us, we supposed to be at the most physical condition of ourselves. However, the reports on digital burnout did increase, and apparently it is a very important problem today. So, when we're talking about digital platforms with which we interact on everyday level, I did use the term of Christian Bankov, which is platospheres, which arise from the term of Yuri Lotman, semiosphere, and here I did try to present schematically the interaction of the main actors, which nowadays is actually a big question in the industry and in the research. Who drives this vehicle? Is it artificial intelligence algorithm? Is it designer? Is it user? Is it the all complexity of all these elements? And here I propose you an example from popular social media, which called TikTok. So we can see here that a girl looking presumably at her father through the screen, and the face of father start to change. She gets scared and she looks back at her father to verify whether father is changed into the horse or this unknown animal. She realized that father did not change, but her reaction already started. So the levels of cortisol rising. She is scared, so she starts to cry. And here we are talking about one of examples how the digital representations with which we interact can affect our bodily states, even when consciously and through our cognition we may understand that it is not reality. So, talking about the tools we have today in human-computer interaction, there are several approaches which may call big data and which was already somehow discussed today, because they approach the simulation or imitation of decision-making through artificial intelligence, through classic logic, which means binary opposition, which we know is not explicit in explaining human decision-making, through statistics, mathematics. There is also approach in ethics, which supposed to drive all the regulations which we have, and also that's why there is a lot of fear about artificial intelligence. Computational neuroscience, which is trying to implement how we do our decisions through mathematical formulas and logic again. And different cognitive experiments which can be also exemplified through self-E, which is self-adjusting applications. For example, you download an application which teach you how to wake up earlier. Or actually social media can be as well considered as self-improving applications, because they create particular environment, semiotic environment, which help us to influence our habits. And one of the very interesting experiments which were conducted in 2012 was done on Facebook, and probably if you did use Facebook in 2012 and did post regular once a week in English, you probably did participate in this experiment without even knowing about it. So what Kramer and Hancock, who are main researchers on human-computer interactions today did, they did randomly selected 700,000 participants of users of Facebook. They did divide them in 4 categories. First category did receive the news in their feed just according how they were posted from their friends. Second category was receiving the news with some random selection, and one of the group was receiving negative news, so special selection of the news produced by their friends, which can be considered negative through the language analysis, and one group which did receive the positive one. And the findings of these experiments confirms the fact that emotional contagion is possible through social media, and if you would be consistently interacting only with negative news from your friends, you would perceive world, so your contextual perception of the world would be negative. And this is one of the experiments, but most of the experiments which are conducted today are alike. And here we come to the idea of black box method. So in order to explain algorithm nowadays, especially such algorithm as neural networks, a concept of black box used. But also we know the concept of black box from Skinner, and we know that user would be stimulated, and then something would happen within the body, and then we will see the response. And here I did present you with example from social media where practices which users did perform later to place them in the digital environments are alike. And our interest in what is going on within this black box and how it's supposed to influence the stress mechanism. So when we are talking about the difference between human decision-making and artificial decision-making, AI recommendations are mainly based on recognition, so they recognize object according to what designer input in it, and later articulation within the categories, which usually created by designer or otherwise by some artificial formula which is created on the basis of the data selections, which again selected by designer. And what we're talking about human condition, here we have absolutely different range of experience, recognition, interpretation, later articulation in the language, and then a reflection on non-verbalizable generalization. And here I propose the quotation of Jan Walsner, and here we come to the first reason to be stressed is because the artificial intelligence do not propose many categories through which we can actualize. And if we interact with artificial intelligence or digital environments on their basis, on a daily practices, then it is a high possibility that we would adopt these categories which are proposed to us by AI. And therefore, we would be hardly expressing ourselves through the third level, so actualization via language and categories, because categories are limited. And our interpretation process, our semiosis, would not go to the fourth level, but just grow down to the level 0. And here in the analysis of artificial intelligence recommendation, I propose several affordances, because what AI can propose to the users of digital platforms is different affordances which can be described in self-actualization, self-enhancing, and scaffolding process, which can be interpreted as a habit or practices. And through self-actualization, we are going to self-monitoring, self-identification, and self-presentation. And here, I would like you to ask to keep in mind that representation of fuzzy transforming into the horse when the perception of reality is somehow distorted by its digital representations. So when we're talking about digital platforms, it is very important to talk about syntax and semantics of them, because as artificial intelligence recommendations and digital platforms themselves, they have infinite possibility to use the syntax which can be adopted by users. However, they do not propose any semantic part to it. And therefore, semantic part relate completely on the users. And this can influence and interact their values and therefore behaviors. And if we would talk about the difference in perception and recognition, then important part is that platforms are very structured. And one of the experiments conducted at University of Tartu stated that users, when they are interacting with highly structured platforms, at some point lose their attention, especially when the interaction is going on within merged platforms. For example, it is a natural platform in which we are, environment in which we are present now, and the digital one, which requires the adaptation. And it can also lead to attention exhaustion and ego depletion. So when we are talking about shift in the environment and for example, digital communication, I believe many of you did give digital lectures during this period, it is constant fitting and adaptation to this environment about which we don't have enough information, as digital devices do not allow us to receive all the information, as our communication is not only verbal communication, we communicate through all our body and also through our environments. And trying to adapt to this environment about which we don't have enough information can be very difficult and very exhausting, as we don't have information about this environment. And therefore, it also can be very exciting in the beginning when we are just shift our natural environment into the digital environment, because we have particular control over this environment. However, within a time, as it becomes repetitive practice, it becomes exhausting, because balancing between two environments and adapting to the both environments in the same time can be particularly difficult. And here I am coming to the end of my presentation, which is also referring to particular changes within our body, which is very important when we are talking about communication through social media. As, for example, face representations and use of neural neurons can be particularly crucial when we are talking about mind theory. So just mind theory concept, probably you're familiar with that, express that we have possibility to understand what other people mean while observing them, and not only by their verbal expression. And therefore, for activation of mirror neurons, it's very important to perceive the facial expressions and body expressions of other people. However, we don't always have access to this information in our daily practices. Obviously, if we would be neuroscientists, it would be very interesting experiment to have a person just interaction with social media and scan the brain and see if amygdala is highlighted and if they're activated pain region when people face some cyberbullying or otherwise some negative comments on social media. However, this data cannot be right forward generalized into the social concepts, which means that even if we would manage to collect blood pressure or blood sample which would show that person have rising levels of oxytocin while Skyping with their beloved, or otherwise rise of cortisol while they're experiencing some particular stressful information through social media. But we cannot generalize it, as we may not be sure that it is exactly interactions with social media that cause this process. And therefore, it is stressed in my presentation that we should take into account both neuroscientific findings and process them through biosemiotics applications in order to generalize them to cultural events through the tools of semiotics. Therefore, most of the researchers which approach now the impact which digital platforms have on our bodies from neuroscientific point of view and trying to generalize it, still these generalizations cannot be accurate until we apply the right methods to the data processing. And thank you so much. I hope I did not exceed my time.
Just actually a quick question about, just intrigued by ego depletion. Could you just talk about that in relation to various habits on social media?
I think it's actually a very interesting concept, since ego depletion as a phenomenon in neuroscience really much connected to our resources of noradrenaline, and noradrenaline very much get exhausted when we have to take complex decisions. And I am still working on this concept, because that's why I don't have the answer to you right now. But I think the fact that in the digital environments we are constantly stimulated by artificial intelligence in order to make decisions, and by decisions I'm talking about any type of act on digital environments, even while just being seated in our sofa in very comfortable environment, we can have exactly our ego depleted because we are exercise our resources of noradrenaline.
Congratulations. It's very interesting and very burning issue. I just want to share one experience and would ask you to comment on it. I remember in 2020 when overall lockdown was set in and I had to lecture online for the first time in my life. It was very stressful, but still I was quite aware of the following thing. Since we had the experience and not too far memory of the actual environment, it somehow worked for a semester, a few months, with this imagined context in the back of our minds. It was still possible to bridge this stressful situation, but I was quite convinced that if that would be a prolonged situation and this memory would start to wane, it would be no more possible. And indeed, it turned out to be this way. So could you comment on this phenomenon?
Thank you so much for your question. It is actually very interesting, and from even biosemiotic perspective, not talking of neuroscientific perspective, the stress reaction is our reaction. It's not the condition of the environment. And therefore, I think the memories of the previous environment definitely had their role in you having decision, so consciously interpret the environment that it is not stressful. However, the condition has changed as well as your interpretation, and probably this is why it has to be more stressful later. But obviously we know that digital environment, it's very rich in their meanings, and these meanings are up to us. I hope it's answered a little. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. The next speaker is Professor Elisa Bizans from Texas Tech University. Yes.
And how do you go to this
You just
presentation?
go with the
Presentation modus?
It's already presentation mode. It's already presentation mode. It's already presentation mode. You just go.
Thank you so much. And all right. Oh, that's the here. I hope everybody. Hello, everybody. So, okay. Before I begin with my very compressed talk, due to lack of time, I would like to dedicate my talk to my dear friend Merdine Anderson, who has introduced me to biosemiotics in the year 2006 when I think the conference was at Purdue University at that time. And since then, I feel very attached to this group, especially to the field of biosemiotics. And now and then I attend the conference if convenient to be able to travel to the country of the conference. And secondly, of course, I would like to thank my dear colleague Ludmila Lakova, Dr. Lakova, for this wonderful preparation and invitation. Thank you so much. So entanglements between the biosphere and the semiosphere, a relational approach to the concept of intelligence. Okay. The February cover story of Scientific American from this year brought back the old questions about realities to the scientific agenda. With the title, The Origins of Space and Time, does space-time emerge from a more fundamental reality? The authors relaunched the discourse on reality right after a period of pandemic collective abstinence. With the question, the article indicated we should consider the possibility that space and time might not be fundamental. Instead, space-time can be an emergent property of a more basic reality, the true backdrop to the cosmos. The significant question here is not primarily the existence of space-time, but more or less the question concerning reality. If the space-time reality is not the same as we experience it in our everyday world, what kind of reality do these emerge from? What would a reality beyond space-time consist of, and what order would it follow? A major feature of that reality seems to be a relational and interactive feature called entanglement, or as Einstein called it, spooky action at a distance. And that is exactly what entanglement, or how entanglement connects. Quote, when any two objects interact in quantum mechanics, they generally become entangled and will stay entangled no matter how far apart they may travel. Distance and time simply does not matter, unquote. So why should we bother about this? Since the beginnings of human consciousness, we reflect on our state of being with questions such as what is space, what is time, when does change happen? We ask to understand and answer the ultimate question of who we are and what life is. The questions we ask are also the result of biological evolution of our brain activity, which we call the mind. We ask this because we are equipped with an intelligent system that gathers and stores information in a specific way, which we consider as to be intelligent. There are many different definitions of intelligence. Allow me to focus on the following simple origin. Intelligence is the result of our brain activity. In the case of the human brain, intelligence is the result of the neocortex, the younger part of the brain, which endows us with a specific form of intelligence. It is the source of all our inventions and of our knowledge. How does the brain create intelligence? Intelligent systems have different functional and structural features. Unlike other living organisms that disappear as new ones appear, the brain has evolved by adding new parts on top of the older parts. This method of growth by addition applies to most complex animals. The latest part of the human brain is the neocortex. It occupies 70% of the volume of our brain. It is the organ of our human intelligence. On the other hand, the old brain occupies the smaller portion of the brain mass, which is the 30%, of course. It takes over when it comes to deeper-rooted decisions such as hunger, desire, fear, and survival. An animal, for example, doesn't need a neocortex to live a complex life as the humans have. It is interesting to compare the structural features of how these two portions of the brain process information. The old brain has separate organs, each with specific functions, whereas the neocortex has areas that perform different processes and interconnect through nerve fibers. The first scientist to look at the neocortex circuitry was, as you may know, this wonderful friend Cajal. He rejected the theory of his time that compared the structure of the nervous system with the rigid structure of a reticulum. Quote, "A continuous pre-established net, like the lattice of telegraphic wires, in which no new stations or new lines can be created, somehow rigid, immutable, incapable of being modified," he said, goes against the concept that we all hold of the organ of thought, that within certain limits it is malleable and capable of being perfected by means of well-directed gymnastics, mental gymnastics, unquote. He knew, in other words, that humans could change their mind. The nervous system must have the capacity to change, and that capacity, he argued, is crucial to an organism's survival. Cajal relied on a variety of terms to express this concept: dynamism, force of internal differentiation, adaptation to the conditions of the environment, and, most consequentially, plasticity. What science learned from his beautiful illustration is that three features are the fundamentals for an intelligent system. It must have independent functional areas, that the areas must be interconnected, and that each area must generate its own dynamics. So how does this relate to natural intelligence system, otherwise called biosphere? So allow me to go back to use the Lamarckian definition of biosphere as the rough total of the matter of all living beings. From the point of view of intelligence system, we can consider the definition of the biosphere as comprising both extensions, the geological and biological kingdom of animal world, such as Lamarck defines it, the kingdom of plant organic matter, the Seussian, and the planetary theory of living matter with Vernadsky. Considering each of these as intelligent systems, meaning generation and conserving systems, it follows that human intelligence can interfere with and impact each of these. As Vernadsky elaborated in 1938, quote, "For the first time in the history of mankind, the interests of the masses on the one hand and the free thought of the individuals on the other determine the course of life of mankind and provide standards for man's ideas of justice. Mankind taken as a whole is becoming a mighty geological force. There arises the problem of the reconstruction of the biosphere in the interests of freely thinking humanity as a single totality," unquote. Also, Vernadsky identifies identifies the major tool of the geological force. Oh no, let me go back. The resource of human power, our brain, and in the same article he writes, quote, "The brain, which has once achieved a certain level in the process of evolution, is not subject to retrogression, but only can progress further," unquote. So the interaction of human intelligence with geological and biological systems causes fundamental changes in the biosphere. It also results in a new condition or sphere, which Vernadsky calls the noosphere, as you know, the Greek term for the mind or even meaning. He writes, quote, "This new state of the biosphere which we approach without our noticing it is the noosphere. The noosphere is a new geological phenomenon on our planet. In it, for the first time, man becomes a large-scale geological force. And then he adds, the noosphere is the last of many stages in the evolution of the biosphere in geological history, unquote. Now, with the noosphere, we have reached the universal mind and meaning that leading us to the semiosphere. Oh, I can't go there because this was the old presentation. The smallest unit of the semiosphere is semiosis, the energetic center or core of the semiosphere. Rotman developed his model of semiospheres following Vernadsky's concept of the biosphere. Hence, the semiosphere is the result and the condition for the development of culture. The intelligence of the system of the semiosphere is twofolded. It comprises the information of the individual semiosis units within the semiosphere and, like the layers of the brain, their interaction. Rotman also adds that every living culture has a built-in mechanism for multiplying its languages, semiosis units, and hence there is a consistency, a quantitative increase, constantly quantitative increase in artificially made systems, which also ensures the dynamics, like the third category of an intelligent system. So after we have explained the brain as a generator of human intelligence that interacts with the biosphere, the natural intelligence, and transforms it into noosphere, to semiosphere, we reach a universe of multiple possible entanglements. Now, what are the objects of those entanglements and what correlations do they follow? As semioticians, we all know that the genetic structure of every semiosis is engraved in its sign. Let's focus on the sign and its role in shifting the order of the physical laws. In his article, Questions Concerning Certain Faculties Claimed for Man, Charles Peirce brilliantly leads us, the reader, to the epicenter of his logic, to the fifth question in the text, and let's take a closer look to that question: whether we can think without signs. Quote, "This is a familiar question, but there is, to this day, no better argument in the affirmative than that thought must precede every sign. If we seek the light of external facts, the only cases of thought which we can find are of thought in signs. Plainly, no other thought can be evidenced by external facts, but we have seen that only by external facts can thought be known at all. The only thought, then, which can possibly be cognized is thought in signs. But thought which cannot be cognized does not exist. All thought, therefore, must necessarily be in signs," unquote. Signs are testimonies and embodiments of our thought processes. They make us aware of realities not being experienced otherwise. Through signs, we become aware of the thought. Signs connect the conscious mind to reality. They are an interface that connect our perception to reality. Here, the particular form of reality is paramount. The peculiarity lies in the fact that we thereby create a reality selectively via the signs or the interface. This property is even necessary for survival. Cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman calls this veridical perception versus non-veridical perception. From this, Hoffman concludes that we orient our perception according to the second pattern, namely that it is not an interface to the truth, but assembles a functional, non-veridical reality truth. Hoffman explains that time and space are structuring features of such a reality and suggests that consciousness would give us much better access to reality than physical laws. The structuring model he proposes, he calls conscious agents. So this is his model. I don't want to go to the details, but let us just read what as he defines it. So Hoffman doesn't abandon the idea of space-time totally, but in light of the evolutionary results, he argues that consciousness, perception, relations, rather than space-time and physical objects is fundamental. Once we have information gathered by conscious agents, they interact. From those interactions, times and space emerge. The conscious agent concept has 6 components, he argues. There's the space X of possible conscious experiences, the space G of possible actions it can take, and the words it perceives the perceptual map, of course, and how D decides how to act via the decision map, and an action map A. So the maps P, D, and A can be thought of as discrete communication channels. And an integer N keeps track of the number of discrete messages transmitted over these channels. Any number of conscious agents can, of course, be joined into networks, more specifically pseudographs of interacting agents. There's a whole explanation of these interactions, which are, if you go deeper into it, we can much better compare them to our science structures, semiotic structures. So Hoffman argues that just because we see the world as Euclidean or Lorentzian does not at all entail that the world is in fact Euclidean or Lorentzian. These symmetries in our perceptions and actions, rather than reflecting the true structure of the world, might instead be compact and convenient representation of aspects of the fitness functions critical to our evolution. So what then is the origin of time, he asks? The theory of conscious agents suggests that the origin of I times or subjective times might be the finiteness of the observer. A finite conscious agent has finite capacity in its perception channel P and obtains only limited information from a single use of that channel. In consequence, it must use this channel more than once, leading to a sequence of subjective experiences that is to subjective time. So let us come back to Peirce's elaboration. In his answer to question 5, Peirce puts it this way, quote, "From the proposition that every thought is a sign, it follows that every thought must address itself to some other, must determine some other, since that is the essence of a sign. This, after all, is but another form of the familiar axiom that in intuition, that is to say in the immediate present, there is no thought, or that all which is reflected upon has passed. Hinc loquor inde est, that since any thought, there must have been a thought, has its analog in the fact that since any past time, there must have been an infinite series of times. To say, therefore, that thought cannot happen in an instant, but requires a time, is but another way of saying that every thought must be interpreted in another, or that all thought is in signs. Let us focus on the object of the entanglements, the sign. First specifies hinc loquor inde est, from this place or moment in which I speak, therefore in the immediate present or at the very moment of my utterance, my words are already have passed. Peirce elaborates the idea that signs require an embodied time. Semiosis can only take place in the continuity of time. The concept of the sign equipped with the energetic core of semiosis that evolves and interacts within and between spheres, such as the semiosphere and biosphere, goes much further and is broader than Hoffman's model of conscious agents. Within this molecular structure, which is simultaneously natural and cultural, sensual and intellectual, signs connect, evolve, innovate, and grow beyond space and time. Discoveries in quantum physics processed by high-performance quantum computers might lead us to new computational reality models, and probably conscious agents could be a model of artificial intelligence systems that fulfill the requirements of intelligence to harvest, process, and store information. It might explain the structure of our perceived reality, but not the code of perceiving or reasoning process. Also, the model of reality inherent in Peirce's relational logic gives us an additional term to understand the quantum world. Items that exist with material qualities easily qualify as reals that have objective and testable features such as weight, density, color, texture, were not necessarily of primary focus of his investigations. In fact, Peirce's logic was exclusively relational. He considered relations non-existent reals which is a fact about some items of focus that have been confirmed through successful experimentation as dependable for future objective investigations. From the semiotic perspective, the model of conscious agents comes close to semiospheric realities. Still, semiotic research goes beyond and has stronger tools. With the model of sign, we can testify to the non-veridical character of our perception. After all, we are symbolic animals. Also, Peirce's answer to question number 5, no thought without science, and most of his work on continuity, logic, chance, is rich with answers. With the prolific Lotmanian model of the semiosphere, we can present a tool to testify for the dynamic structure of a unified description of reality that comprises animate and inanimate structures. And with the biosphere, biological semiotics and geology present tools for an adequate interconnectivity model between layers of information and networks of knowledge. We seem to live in the era of technosphere. Still, with all these instruments and documents, to use Peirce's terminology, to understand the entanglements of our realities, we should watch out for human intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. Thank you for it. And that's it, the human intelligence.
Thank you, great. I would like to know your thoughts on this interesting contrast between the idea that Peirce had, this Kantian idea that time, space, and consciousness or awareness are 3 forms of continua. These 3 formal intuitions, he called them, space, time, and consciousness. So he had this even triadic argument, right? And the fact that he didn't live to see the advent of quantum physics and general law of relativity, do you think he would agree with Einstein, or do you see any connections there? I mean, because in the end, semiosis could be seen as a relativistic model of the observer, right? Yeah, are there any connections, or maybe they could have any agreements?
I mean, this is the model we have with Hoffman. The reason why I presented or compared this example, he goes pretty close to Peirce, without mentioning Peirce, but I'm sure he has read it. I just emailed him and asking him. One time, very short, in an interview, he mentions the name Peirce, but... sorry? Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right. So he goes very close to the Peircean model, but still does not get there with the sign model to reach this triadicity of openness. But this conscious agent is something, the entanglement or the multiplication, the doubling of the interactions of several conscious agents might be something which Peirce would agree with. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the question. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Bizant. And the last speaker in this session is Professor Joanna Rachaszek-Leonardi. Thank you. From Warsaw University.
Thank you, Ludmila, for also for pronouncing my surname. And I am really, really happy to be here. This is the last talk before coffee, so everybody please take the deepest breath that you have taken the whole day just to put some blood flowing to your brain. And I am very, very happy to be here and to see the gatherings blooming, really. And I remember 13 years ago, when we were talking that each of us is a biosemiotician after hours, well, with some exceptions, of course, but usually we do our psychology, anthropology, linguistics, whatever, physics, and then after hours we are semioticians or biosemioticians. Now we have a different situation. We have several really strong centers, and I think this is really, really growing. And also, I have this feeling, and probably you do too, that this is a community in which there is no, I mean, you can ask the deepest and the most basic, biggest question, and nobody will look at you strangely, and just you feel at home here, because we need to ask very deep questions in every domain of science we are. So I'm trying to ask those questions in psychology, psycholinguistics, ecological psychologies, and I see such huge affinities with biosemiotics. And I was thinking, yesterday we had this great session during which Anton asked, okay, but how do we know how a bacteria interprets something, okay? How do I get to its, I can ask a person, but not a bacteria. Well, there are modes of asking a bacteria as well, right? Then we asked, what is behavior? Come on, this is something that we psychologists do for ages. We study behavior, right? And we study, of course, cognitive processes, whatever they are. But do we ask ever what is behavior? Do I have to really come to a biosemiotics conference in order to hear this very basic question? This is something really strange, that psychologists do not ask what behavior is on regular conferences. We take it for granted. So it's really very important also to forge those relations, I think, with other domains, because Jagmur said, okay, it's very important that we coalesce together in a Simondonian way, but it's very important also that we are sort of sustained by relations with other domains. And this is what I'm trying to do. So I was reading the call for papers, and probably Ludmila and Tyler, yes, one of you put this sentence there, that we do collective effort to understand the value of signification for living organisms. And I was thinking, yes, but we also should look at the signification of values. And of course, the term values came several times in our talks, but under cover of meaning or striving or requiredness or other such terms. But I think this is a term that actually is very close to what psychology is doing, and psychology is also not using it enough, and maybe we can build a bridge using those terms, the term of value and how it manifests itself. So why I am so hopeful? Because biosemiotics is actually the science about living, which is coextensive with semiosis, which is coextensive with normativity, with the value in whatever we are doing. And it's very compatible with the movement that is going on right now in cognitive science. Cognitive science is not all about computer metaphor, as you very well know. It's full of activists that storm the doors of cognitive science. It's full of ecological psychologists. It's also some adherents to interactivism, like Mark Bickhardt, creator of maybe even of this approach, are all there, and they are really all looking at this normativity as the basis of life and of cognitive being. So maybe there is some hope that we can stretch hands from both sides. And Gibson was, of course, famously known for saying that he's striving, he's moving towards psychology of values instead of psychology of stimulus. So there is a potential to bring in values to the center of both psychology, and it is there already, I think, in biosemiotics, and therefore ask also about how values signify themselves. That's why signification of values. How do they signify themselves to us as interacting with other beings in this world, with other humans and animals, some presentations today, and how do they signify themselves for scientists, right? So these are the very legitimate questions that we can ask, and one of the answers that is underexplored is that we see them in movement. Is movement behavior? Sometimes yes, maybe mostly yes. but we probably could define behavior through movement somehow. It is, in my opinion, in our opinion, one of the most understudied places or realms where values are manifested. So in ecological psychology, Gibson and Crookes talked about us as moving in fields of values. Look at the difference. We are not steered by what we have in our minds, our ideas or cognitive representations or plans or whatever. We are steered by fields of values which are co-shaped by what we are and how we are, but also by our environment and other people. So Gibson and Crookes had this great paper in 1938 when they talk about how a driver drives a car and how this shape of the paths that he can take or she can take are actually shaped by other drivers, by the way his car is built, and other users of the road are using the road, of course, but also how it is built by realizing values on multiple timescales. How we are, for example, relying on the fact that what we pour in our gas tank is actually gasoline and not, I don't know, orange juice that some funny person put in the dispenser. Or how do we know that driving very fast after the curve we won't find an abyss, right? But another piece of the road, because if the road was broken, somebody, we know that the trust that was also appearing here earlier, somebody would have put the sign, hey, the road is broken. So how many values on how many time scales are actually realized in order for us to drive a car? And those all constraints are sort of in tension, because my value to go faster from A to B is in tension with the value of being safe, right? So this is all ecology of values, and we can also think about the biosphere as ecology of values. Maybe it is the translation that we can make that can help us reach to psychology. So this tension, of course, is, appears in everything that is in our field of movement, in concrete obstacles, shapes of our body, current goals, movements of others, social considerations. And the nice thing is that it's all readable from our movement. So how I move right now here, of course, is dictated by the fact that you are sitting here, so I'm not like this, and I'm shaking a little bit because I'm nervous and so on, but those all are values that shape my movement. They can be read of me, right? Why don't we use it? Why don't we do use it, right? Also in the movement of bacteria, to ask, hey, bacteria, how do you interpret this sign, right? So this is a beautiful study by Bert Hodges, who shows that actually people from just several points on the body, they can read if a person is carrying a grocery bag, trash bag, or a baby, right? So there is a care. The value of care is embodied and readable of the movement. So how to think about movement? Well, first of all, I think it's good to think about movement as primary, not as I am being moved by my cognition, like usually you in cognitive psychology. In the first day, yesterday, these notions appeared about such as concepts, representations. These are all notions from cognitive psychology or cognitive science. So we are also trying to reformulate the cognitive scientific view by saying, no, hey, movement is primary, and whatever we know, whatever structures of knowledge, whatever skills are modifying this movement. So movement is not the outcome of cognition, we are rather learning to couple to environment, right? It's all continuous in a way. And at the beginning, when you look at the baby, it's not that the baby is not skillful and we have to add skills to the baby so it becomes wiser and wiser. No, we have to constrain the movements of the baby. Somebody has pointed out to me that the word lesson is a very good word, because actually we sort of take away degrees of freedom to become more functional, right? So every movement reveals also knowledge. Look how we reach for a glass that is plastic and how we reach for a glass that is, or a Fabergé egg, right? How different our movement is. It is, the knowledge is embodied in the simple way. It is visible from our motions. So it is a neglected source of knowledge. We've spent several decades researching the brain and getting in there. It's a hugely complicated thing. It's a 1.5 kilo of pudding, which is really very complexly organized. And before we get to this organization and link it to the movement, it will be eons of years of research, right? Ages of research. Why don't we read it of movement? It's easier, really. So it is observable. It's not easily describable movement. It's not. You need some skills in that. But hey, it's easier than observing the brain. So it is neglected by science, but of course it's not neglected by interacting agents, because it's directly observable. I don't read your brain scans in order to know what you are doing or thinking, or in which interaction you want to enter with me. I don't have a sense for reading your, I don't even have a theory of mind, really. I don't really buy it, right? But I see your movements, and my body sees your movements. My body couples to your movements. So why don't you use this knowledge? Very, very mysterious. So there is a woman that actually tells us to look closer into those ways that values signify themselves to the agents and to scientists, and this is Hanne de Jager, and she says, there is a realm of sophisticated knowing which has remained out of cognitive science purview. The drive towards understanding high intelligence ignores a wealth and a depth of human knowing that is right under our noses. Really, it's right under our noses. When I make a little smile, you know what I feel. When I'm sad, you know what I feel. You know it immediately. You don't need sophisticated semiosis in between, probably. So she looks at movement in engagement with others, right? This movement that we have in the world, this delicacy in which we take the glass, of course transfers to how we relate to other people. And the world is created, like you said, in this relation with other people, right? This is the co-constructed world that we live in. And we are not third-person observer, but all the time we are second-person participant. We observe also by moving. I pat somebody on the back and I immediately see the reaction. I know a lot from that, right? So this is this embodied knowledge that we all kind of miss in psychology. I mean, think about it. In cognitive psychology, because of course psychotherapy is much closer to that. So Hanne de Jager, I recommend this paper. This is a great paper, Loving and Knowing, Reflections for an Engaged Epistemology, and she doesn't say that loving and knowing are something else. She says rather, human knowing is a living, loving knowing, right? So in order to know something, to know somebody, we need to first let this thing be in order to see its dynamics and then engage with it, right? So this is co-determining, neither ignoring nor over-determining. We need to be open to being changed, to being transformed. And from us being transformed, we also learn, right? Not by just observing. So here is some of our research. You can actually do it in the lab. You can discover relations in movements between the movement of the baby and the movement of the mother. And here this high peak in the red, it means that a mother of a 3-month-old baby follows the baby's vocalization with high probability. okay, this is what I wrote in a scientific paper, but why didn't I write, the mother cares about vocalizations of the baby, right? Whenever the baby says something, the mother is happy and repeats it within 2 seconds. Yes, this is a sign of care. This is not reinforcement. Well, it is a reinforcement from the other point of view, but this is what matters. This peak here, it means I care about what you... Sorry, how to switch it off? Okay. So this value over here means I value your vocalization because I shut up when you vocalize. This is what it means, right? So we can read those things in terms of values. And I don't know, you can see what's going on here. This is the last slide. Look how much is happening there, right? How we know that it's Djokovic that had trouble with that before. How we know that he probably wanted to smack the ball out of the heck out of the ball just to vest his frustration. But then he saw the girl coming and he checked his movement because he was in trouble before for hitting the ball to somebody, right? Probably. And then look how then he walks very calmly like nothing happened, right? To show to the crowd that he's completely in control of everything. So of course, I am making a story here, and you can probably make another one, make an interpretation, but from his movements, we actually can see what he knows, what he feels, and what values is he realizing. So this is just an appeal to look at values, to look at how they make themselves known for us as scientists and as people, right? And turn to movement dynamics and science as history of constraints on movement when realizing values. Thank you.
We have time for only one question, and the first one was Ivan, if I'm correct. So.
Thank you for this amazing talk. My question is about values and meanings. So you kind of mentioned this. How, for you, meanings and values relate? Are values just the same thing? Are they some kind of meaning?
That's, of course, a very good question. I just, off the top of my head, I would rather deal with value, with the notion of value, than with the notion of meaning, because I think that the notion of meaning is much more variegated and has an older history within different disciplines. So meaning in linguistics, you know, it's been ages already that people were talking about it. Meaning in psychology, meaning, I don't know, maybe in semiotics. With values, you could say it's even worse, right? But in a sense, they seem to me more basic somehow, and maybe more connected to the boundary conditions in which life may happen, right? And probably you can, I mean, it's a terminological question, and I should just say that I don't have an answer, but it's one that is definitely worth pursuing to clarify this relationship.
All right, thank you very much. Joanna? The coffee is ready, and please make sure to be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, we're going to begin our second afternoon session now, and our first speaker is Robert Bohat, who will be speaking on an ode to code, just a metaphor.
A biologist, a businessman, and a bureaucrat walk into a bar. Actually, it's not a joke. It happened in the year 2000, except that they walked into the White House. And one of them, the bureaucrat, Clinton, said, "Today we are learning the language in which God created life." The biologist, Collins, said, "What more powerful form of study of mankind could there be than to read our own instruction book?" And as you can see, the whole idea behind it was decoding the book of life and a milestone for humanity. And later Collins even wrote a very interesting book, Language of God, and this couldn't fail to stir a controversy, of course. But these three gentlemen were not the first ones to use the expression book connected to the genetics of mankind or human embryos. The oldest mention historically I found, and I'm aware of, is actually from the book of Psalms. In the Bible book of Psalms 139, verse 16, it says, "Golmira u einecha ve'al sifrecha," upon your book, "kullam yikatevu." All of them, the parts of the embryo, were written, yikatevu. And it's also quite interesting, because I'm from Prague, I can't fail to mention golem, because that's where the idea of golems actually came from, but they were not homunculi, they were not artificial robots. They were, golem means embryo. The Hebrew root word galam actually means folding, which is quite fascinating, because folding the proteins, the folding of DNA, histones, folding, book, written 3,000 years ago. Fascinating. But of course, the reactions didn't take too much time to come. And there is a continuum of opinions, and I just focused on the expert continuum. So we have everything from, this is a literal code, like Ridley and many others, a literal code, literally true. Then there are others who say it's just a metaphor. And of course, with the metaphysical objection that if it's a book, then who wrote the book? And if many who are atheists, so if we don't like that idea, don't go down that path. So a metaphysical reason to call something a metaphor, just to dismiss it and take it off the table. And of course, some even believing scientists would consider it a blasphemy, as Weigmann, for example, seems to indicate, and she seems to be complaining for different reasons, and she says it's a metaphor carried too fast. And then there are others who say it's even more than metaphor, which is nice, but they really just mean that it's an objective science system. So, two quick quotes. Weigmann on the left end of the continuum, she says metaphors when carried too far, and then she mentions as an example Schrödinger's metaphor that Watson and Crick, according to her, picked up when they said that the precise sequence of the bases is the code that carries the genetical information. She calls that a metaphor, and a metaphor carried too far, like that's too much, don't do it. And she even speaks about a swamp of metaphors. Notice the use of a metaphor to describe metaphors. It's fascinating. We're drowning in a swamp of metaphors, and we need to protect ourselves against them. And then, of course, there's Ridley. The idea of the genome as a book, just like in the book of Psalms, he says, is not, strictly speaking, even a metaphor. It's literally true. So who's right? Well, nature got involved and said, mind the metaphor, mind the gap, mind the car, mind the metaphor. So all of that reminds me a little bit of Magritte's treachery of images. Maybe we are dealing with the treachery of metaphors, and it's the cycle. If I kind of always smile and try not to cry when I hear scientific consensus, because has there ever in history been 1 minute when scientists ever agreed on anything? So but so there is no such a thing as consensus, but there seems to be a cycle of scientific consensus, the agreement to disagree, because it's like, ce n'est pas une métaphore, it's not a metaphor, and the others say it's not a code. No, it's not a code, it's a metaphor. No, it's not a metaphor, it's a code, and we keep moving like that. So, coincidentally, the genetic sequence, the sequence of bases here is the origin and the first sequence of SARS-CoV-2 when it was first published, so it's the COVID-19 virus, just the beginning, of course. And so to study this, my experience is that typically those who speak about the genetic code, either as a metaphor or literal, they either know their genetics really well and know next to nothing about metaphors. Just remember something from high school that someone forced it down their throat, that there's this metaphor thing, and it's a nice way to get rid of an argument. And or they were really good humanists and experts in metaphor, but they thought that genetic information is just a chemical reaction, so please don't mess with the code here and all that. So my background is in veterinary and agricultural biology. Later I studied linguistics and specifically cognitive linguistics and focusing on the cognitive metaphor theory. So I thought, can we apply the cognitive metaphor theory to actually clarify the issue? So to clarify two definitions briefly, notice that in cognitive metaphor theory, a metaphor is not a decoration, an ornament on top of language, which is optional. You can get rid of it and everything will stay the same. No, it's actually understanding and, notice, experiencing one kind of thing in terms of another. Quite an interesting lot of implications. And then there is also a conceptual or cognitive metonymy, which is just like a metaphor, but the two things we identify are actually related. So in manuscripts, semioticians will know, this was a different hand who wrote this, right? It wasn't a hand, was it? But the hand is physically connected to the body of the scribe, so therefore they say hand meaning the scribe. And that's, in principle, metonymy. Is there a rigorous, empirically established and coherent method of metaphor identification? Yes. It's called Metaphor Identification Process of Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. It's actually a fascinating story if you feel like reading up on it. It really has a high rate of intercoder reliability and consistency, higher than anything that has ever been done. Long story short, the procedure is summarized in only 400 pages or something in a book. So briefly, the idea is first establish the basic definition of something, shave it with Occam's razor, and if the basic definition applies to the contextual meaning, then it's an identification, it's a literal thing. And if the contextual meaning is different from the basic literal Occam razor shaven meaning, then of course it's a metaphorical thing. So to semiotify it a little bit further. So metaphor would be an identification of A as B if and only if A is not B. So something is something if only if it is not something. Or assign A as sign B only if it's not really the case. That's a metaphor, and metonymy is almost the same. There exists such an A that is B if and only if A is not B, but A belongs to B or B belongs to A somehow in a category or in some contiguity. So 3 questions. Is genetic information or is it real, literal information? Is genetic code a literal code or is it just a code? And of course, thirdly, is it a language, is it a book, is it a text, and all the implications therefrom. If I were to put a one-slide answer to all of those questions, this would be it. Or maybe a little friendlier version of it, an ode to the code. If I can do that, then all 3 questions are clearly answered, because if the genetic code is not a code, then I cannot transcode, and so on and so forth. So that's just one quick one-slide answer or proof, and I could ponder that for a long time. Or a case study for lovers of art and the transdisciplinary approach. This case study by Eduardo Katz in 1999, the Genesis dish, Genesis Petri dish, he actually, and here I would like to refer to Bateson's definition of information as the difference that makes a difference. So what's the difference that makes the difference between the yellow fluorescent colonies and the blue colonies? The difference is there. You see it in the sequence of bases. So that's, if it's a difference that makes a difference, then it's information. And what does it actually mean, or does it say something? Well, yes, it's actually a quote from the Bible, from Genesis 1:26. King James mistranslation, the word dominion is not really in harmony with the original meaning, but let the man have dominion, or stewardship, literally translated from Hebrew, over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. But that, actually, the bacteria are reading it and creating the effect. That's, of course, not all just a quick mention of Christian books project. He wrote his own poems and had them recoded and put into the plasmid. And so there we have bacterium reading human poetry, interspecific semiosis, Deinococcus radiodurans to make his work immortal. And he has produced the most copies of his work than anyone else in just half an hour. So it is fascinating, but actually those foldings, notice, those are his poems, right? It's just now teaching first graders to actually read that will be a challenge. But those case studies just prepare the way for the key question, which is, what's the basic definition of information? In information theory, Collins Dictionary, the information content of a message is measured in bits, stored and retrieved. Sebeok's or Sebeok's definition is a message is a sign or a string of signs transmitted from a sign producer or source to a sign, a receiver or destination. So, does genetic information meet these criteria? So, yes, it's a string of chemicals, of nucleotides. It's measurable in bits. Davies, actually cracking the genome, says it's 6 billion bits and 750 megabytes, right? If that's not information, ask anyone who has a DVD with a 750 megabyte movie. Is that not information? So it's measurable in megabytes. It's storable and stored. It can be stored in a variety of formats and media. And of course, they are transcodable, as we saw in several examples and case studies. And of course, there is DNA data storage already going on as we speak, and has been for a while. There's the genetic poetry. Venter, when he created the simplified the bacterial genome, he put in quotes by Feynman and others in there, and the names of his collaborators to prove that it's really their work. So this is literal, applying the MIPVU method. And for those interested in what it looks like as represented in our literature, the DNA sequence is transcribed, it's called transcription, rewriting, into RNA sequence, and that RNA sequence is then in cooperation with another RNA molecule turned into a sequence of amino acids in a peptide. And that's how it works. So is it a code, a literal code? The basic meaning of a code is a complicated system of rules, relationships, or instructions. Barbieri provides a better definition. A code is a set of rules that create a correspondence between two independent worlds. So for example, the DNA code on TAT would then relate or correspond with tyrosine, and I can even transcribe it into Morse code, and so on and so forth. So again, there is the similarity and transcodability, but more than that, the genetic code, Barbieri quote, is a correspondence of triplets and of nucleotides and amino acids. They are arbitrary because they are not dictated by the laws of physics or by a chemical reaction, as some people believe. It's actually Faltinek nicely summarized it. Codon amino acid correspondences, rules for the codon amino acid relationship. You see the pattern there? It's the basic definition of code. So if anything is a code, it's the genetic code. So if we accept these definitions of codes and apply them to language, computer codes, and so on and so forth, we can't make an exception just because we don't like the metaphysical implications of a statement. So this also would be a literal code. Is it a literal language? Probably not. Here's why. Again, defining language, life, beautiful challenge. Give me 1,000 years and I'll start. But there are patterns of linearity, arbitrariness, dual articulation, combinatorial productivity, beautiful thing, and of course Zipf's law, and so on and so forth. We could go on. Of all these so far, all of them, check, Zipf's law, Faltinek, Matlach, and actually Tsonis as well, they seem to say that at least on the level of basis, there is no pattern that would be identifiable as Zipf's law. Maybe it will be on the level of triplets or maybe other units, we don't know. So as of now, it looks more likely that this is not a literal statement, it's figurative. However, it's not a metaphor, because notice the contiguity, almost everything, actually everything except Zipf's law is the same. And that would be a metonymy properly defined by cognitive linguistics. So this would be a metonymy, not a metaphor. So is it a literal text? Briefly, a string of signs transmitted from a source to a destination. Peter Sikora says that biological texts are not only metaphorical. Genetic text written in DNA code is not a biological parallel to printed books because it's a metonymy, but cybertext in the sense of Arset's definition of ergodic literature. So even poor Ridley was kind of wrong, or at least not 100% accurate, because he said books, it's a literal book. Well, it's not a literal book, it's a literal text or cybertext. So this is literal text. And what kind of text? Sikora connected to the ergodic text that Arset mentions. Ergodic meaning, ergon is work, hodos is way or path. So ergodic means you have to work to get the meaning. Like the 1,000 typo, billion, not million, 100,000 billion poems by Queneau, where you open the book, there are 10 sonnets, but each line you can actually, as you can see here, you can create your own poems, and you get actually 100,000 billion poems out of it, or choose your own adventure book, where you also have to make decisions. If you think this will happen, go to page 25, right? So that type of, which is even more fascinating than just a regular book. So yeah, this is not just a metaphor, just a metaphor, or a metaphor carried too far. It is a text. So the questions, 3 questions briefly. Literal information, yes, it is a literal information. Corollary, this actually confirms the code, the codeness of the code, the literalness of the code, because if the genetic information is literal information, then it has to be encoded somehow. Question 2, is the genetic code a literal code? Yes, and that corollary brings me to fascinating statement by Prodi. Biology is pure natural semiotics, if that's the case. And of course, then we shouldn't be asking, do cells speak like us? Or paraphrase, do cells code like us? But rather, do we code or speak like cells? They were the first coders, not us. So if we were to think of a metaphor, maybe an opposite direction, it's like, is human code a metaphor of the genetic, the original biological code? But it's, of course, they're both literal codes anyway. And the third question, so is it a language? It's a metonymy. It's related, contiguous, but not identical, according to the basic definition. And it's a metonymic book, but it's a literal text, cybertext, or maybe ergodic text. So what? Well, as I mentioned, the language of God. So the godfather of all atheists in the West, Anthony Flew, wrote a book, There Is a God, saying it was the reality of the genetic code that made me think of a mind that would have encoded it. So he changed his mind at the old age based on the genetic code. So obviously atheists were not happy about it, the atheist community, and that seems to be, at least it's mentioned in their books, that that's one of the reasons why they just dismiss it. Oh, that's only a metaphor. Well, not a good reason to dismiss something just because I don't like the implications. But of course there is more. One of my experiments was actually doing what Prodi said, imitating what bacteria do or cells do. So not only can humans write like cells, we've seen the projects, but also in my paper from last year, genetic translation. Solving many problems of translation, as you can see from Hebrew, is actually mimicking the cell, mimicking the genetic code can help us answer or solve all the problems or most of the problems of translation. So we can actually do the same and benefit from it. And as we can see here, Gregor Mendel, 200 years ago, studied in Olomouc, and the quote up there says, "Que celi pandis ostium." He speaks about the sacrifice of Jesus that opens or expands the heavens door. So I would like to paraphrase or create a pastiche. O flexibilis biosemiotica, que scientiae pandis ostium. So biosemiotics can actually expand the doors of science, and thanks to Gregor Mendel and his discovery, we can do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but there will be plenty of time during the party tonight, I'm sure. So let me just go ahead and welcome Israel Chavez, who will be our next speaker. And if I can find the mouse here, let's get that up. Okay. Israel will be speaking on arbitrariness and articulation, the mechanism of sign systems.
So, hello to everyone, and yeah, I would like to begin by thanking Claudio and Ludmila and Tyler and the students who are there at the reception for all their efforts. So yeah, thanks a lot. And well, so let me begin my talk with what could seemingly be a trivial observation. It seems to me that in order to transmit a message, a minimum of order is needed, both for the message to be successfully produced and for it to be interpreted. One part of semiotics, I believe, is devoted in its entirety to describe the different mechanisms by means of which a message is structured. This description, however, should be not only a description of the actual attested mechanisms, but of all the possible mechanisms that could exist. This is what I think. And I suggest that a typology of these mechanisms can be made on the basis of Luis Prieto's typology of codes, according to, which is a typology according to the degree of articulation they present. So what is gained from this, it seems to me, is that a typology based on the degrees of articulation borne by the mechanisms by means of which messages are generated allows us to not bring terminology that pertain to the terrain of human language, but instead to have a descriptive apparatus pertaining to semiotics proper, or even to be more precise and even provocative, to semiology proper. So let me begin with an example that will allow me to explain what I mean by articulation. For some years now, there has been some research on monkey alarm calls. Researchers in this field, some of them linguists, have claimed that the alarm calls of some types of monkeys might exhibit a certain form of syntax and a certain form of morphology. And well, as you know, similar conclusions have been made for bird songs and other things. So Philip Schenkler, along with his team of researchers, they have studied the alarm calls of various monkeys, among them putty-nosed monkeys. And for this particular species, Schenkler and his team found that there are two basic alarm calls, piaus and hacks. Sometimes, however, the two alarm calls can be combined into Piao-Hack sequences, but crucially, it is not certain to which extent these Piao-Hack sequences are semantically compositional. This means that the meaning can be derived from the individual meanings of the parts. So let us then perform a small thought experiment and imagine 3 hypothetical species of monkeys. So for the first species, we will claim that they possess only one alarm call, A, and the alarm call system would be then accountable simply by the presence or absence of the alarm call. In this case, there would be no articulation. That is to say, first species of monkeys would have an alarm call system that can be said to be not articulated. Now, the second hypothetical species will behave similarly to putty-nosed monkeys. We will claim that they have 2 basic alarm calls, alarm A and alarm B, and that their alarm call system allows for sequences that are semantically compositional. Thus, AB constitutes an alarm call which meaning is derived from the meanings of its components A and B. And the asterisk means like ungrammatical, like there would be no BA sequences. Yeah, so the alarm call system of this second type of monkeys will be said to be articulated into signs. And finally, or to have the first articulation. Finally, the third hypothetical species will have again 2 basic alarm calls, but this time they will be AB and BC. And the sequences will not be semantically compositional. Thus, A, B, and C would be merely distinguishing between the meanings of the alarm calls, but they would not carry meaning on their own. So this alarm call system will be said to be articulated into figures. But since there could not be a sequence of the type ABBC or ABC, it will be said that it does not possess an articulation into signs. So it only has what could be called the second articulation, an articulation into figures. So these are basically the principles upon which Martinet's theory of double articulation is built. And they were used by Luis Prieto to formulate a typology of sign systems based on the degree of articulation exhibited by them. Evidently, the presented options are not the only options. We could imagine several other species of hypothetical monkeys who could have alarm call systems doubly articulated, this would have no implications for the definition of language because we know that there are codes other than language, human language, that can be doubly articulated. However, I propose that this view could be productive for semiotics as long as this view, treats alarm call systems as sign systems properly, and it does not necessitate a definition of language in a formal sense as the one that is used in Schenkler's work. And by this, I by no means imply that Schenkler analysis is not to be pursued in its own terms, and I think that the progress in knowledge is not separable from the plurality of points of view, so it is very good to treat alarm calls as formal languages, but it's not the only way to do it. So, now, the idea of articulation I believe, has a number of theoretical implications for semiotics. In contemporary semiotics, it seems to me, fundamental notions such as Umwelt seem to imply that signs never exist in isolation, but rather that the existence of one sign is sufficient to assume the existence of at least one other sign. So, indeed, if biosemiotics is to insist in that semiosis can be equated with choice-making and agency, and thus the minimal mechanism of semiosis is that of deciding between 2 available options that are logically incompatible, as Calevi would say, then I believe every sign implies that there is another sign that would be the first complement, so to speak, using complement in like a set theoretical way. Now, this raises the question of where does the systematicity of sign systems come from? If a sign always appears with its complementary sign, so to speak, would this be enough for assure that signs always create systems? My contention is that, my proposal is that the fact that a sign always appears with its complementary sign is seemingly a consequence of a definition of meaning that lies behind the proposal of equating choice with semiosis. To wit, from such point of view, meaning is relational. Thus, meaning depends upon a point of view. Meaning is plural, thus it is not reducible to material properties. And meaning supposes a local history. So by its being relational, meaning is arising in concrete practices executed by specific agents, and by its non-reducibility, a given thing can become different signified objects depending upon the concrete practices executed by specific agents. The local historicity of meaning amounts to the fact that meaning arises from the sedimentation of practices carried out by agents. In fact, by history, I mean both the consequences that follow from choice and the conditions that are shaping such choice. But importantly, neither of these aspects would be completely reducible to material properties. Now, if we accept such characterization of meaning, we can thus claim that indeed meaning is fundamentally arbitrary. And by arbitrary and arbitrariness, it is to be understood that meaning is relational, non-reducible, and locally historical. And I believe that this definition of arbitrariness is faithful to the one put forward by Saussure and his notion of arbitrariness. So arbitrariness understood in this sense, it is what gives sign systems their properly systemic character. And it would be arbitrariness what would create the complement of any given sign. So this complementary sign that exists intrinsically linked kind of with one sign. Yet it still seems that to state that sign systems are systematic because they are arbitrary, it seems that this is paradoxical. If, in principle, a representamen could be standing for any object for an interpretant, irrespectively of what the representamen is in itself, or irrespectively of what the agent producing the interpretant determining the object is in itself, and I apologize for the slight mixture of Saussurean and Persian terminology, but I think, yeah, it's not that bad. Then, if this is the case, it would seem that no systematicity whatsoever could arise, for signs would be merely associations established at the will of the agent without constraints. But we know this not to be the case. As counterintuitive as it may seem, the sense in which arbitrariness is a source of a sign system's systemic nature is because a sign system is geared towards the delimitation of its own arbitrariness. Articulation is nothing else than this: the pattern that emerges from relating absolutely arbitrary entities. And here, here I am paraphrasing Saussure, but let me explain in detail. So, consider again the hypothetical monkeys. In the case of the second species, the one with the alarm call system articulated into signs, the sequence AB, which is semantically compositional, is not arbitrary to the same degree that A and B are arbitrary. So, this distinction that Saussure drew between absolute, this is the distinction that Saussure drew between absolute arbitrariness, the one with A and B in these hypothetical monkeys, and relative arbitrariness, like AB as a semantically compositional sequence. In the case of the third type of monkeys, the one that had no semantically compositional sequences, relative arbitrariness could be functioning at the level of allowing some sequences while not allowing others. So as a sort of, how to say, phonotactics of alarm calls. Yeah. So for in that third species, while AB as a sequence would be an alarm call, BA would not be an alarm call. Yeah. As in the first case, but yeah. So the main problem posed by this view, as it can be seen, is how to distinguish properly between signs that are absolutely arbitrary and signs that are only relatively arbitrary. So to be clear, the problem is to decide whether a sign system is articulated into signs or is also articulated into figures, or only into figures. So at first glance, this is a question of the functional role played by the elements making up the sign within the sign system. The question to ask is whether an identifiable part of a sign can be a sign in its own or not, That is to say, whether it is linked to a specific content entity in its own. This, however, is not an easy task. And because it is a problem of functionality, it often requires us to look at the actual situation in which signs are used. So in some sense, it is a question of pragmatics and how pragmatics can inform semantics and syntactics. And this was exactly the problem that Schenkler and his team had with figuring out what these sequences of Piao hacks, like whether they were semantically compositional or not. So the main conclusion I would like to oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one slide. But the main conclusion I would like to draw from these considerations is that to the extent that in order to determine which are the degrees of articulation exhibited by a sign system, we should look at how the sign system is used. An account of its articulation degrees would imply an account of the ways in which a sign system can change. That is to say, the extent to which it can change while remaining identical to itself, variation. This, however, supposes that to study articulation as a consequence of arbitrariness amounts to study sign systems not as static systems, and even though the theoretical framework is Saussurean, which is sometimes seen as this static view of sign systems, but this is not the case, because arbitrariness, what arbitrariness effectively does is that it portrays sign systems as historical and dynamic processes. So that would be it for me, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Israel. You've left us also with plenty of time for questions. So you have the mic, good.
Thank you, great. In the case of hypothetical monkeys number 2, would that allow for us to discuss symbolic reference in the pragmatics of alarm calls in a given species?
You mean like in Deacon sense?
Either Deacon sense or just the more broader definition of like symbol that Peirce has, this general sign that is given naturally or arbitrarily by habit.
Well, I would say that yes, in both cases, because to my understanding in Deacon, so in hypothetical monkeys number 2, there would already be a sort of syntax. And in my understanding, syntax for Deacon is indexical, but it can, so symbolic, to the extent that symbolic reference would be built upon indexicality for Deacon, then there would be symbolic reference and from a strictly Persian point of view, I would also think that alarm calls could be, if not symbols, at least legisigns. But I'm not sure about that.
Thanks, Israel and everyone. I hope I'm not cutting off against someone. I don't agree, but that's little important. A couple of three notions that I would like to run by you. Are you making, you didn't use the word signal, but it seems to me that you're making an ontological distinction between signal and sign to make your case for double articulation. I wanted to know what you think about that. Then, a notion that I like here, I think to me that what you call the most basic sign system, formed of two signs, well, that coincides with something like Boolean logic. I think that's a valuable idea. So another notion that I run to run by you, and the last one, the way you define relative arbitrariness, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's exactly how Jacobson illustrates iconicity in language, precisely to contradict the Saussure on arbitrariness. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I will start backwards. I think that relative arbitrariness is precisely the terrain of iconicity and indexicality. So I think it is there where it can be properly located, in relative arbitrariness. There is a strong case for saying that Saussurean arbitrariness does not contradict iconicity in language. Joan Joseph has written extensively about this, and I would refer you to him because he's very, very well versed in Saussure. Well, but you see, because the interpretation of Saussure is a very messy thing, as with Peirce, but in principle, I would think that to insist in arbitrariness as a main feature of meaning, I don't think this goes against iconicity. So I would also disagree with Jacobson, but yeah, or indexicality. Now. The sign, yeah. So this is just an idea. I mean, indeed, it is sort of related to Boolean logic because I am using this like complement in the sense of set theory. So like when you have a universe of discourse, then you have one class and you have the complement. And the sum of them gives you the universe of discourse. So I was thinking on Calevi's logical conflict that if you have two uncompatible options, then you would have like a class and its complement. And the option that you take, it's defined by the complement, kind of. So, yeah. And so, yes, this is also an important thing, I think. But well, signal sign. So what do you mean by signal? Because indeed, this theory, so both Martinet and Prieto, they do draw a distinction between sign and signal. So sign would be like a proper bifacial entity, but signal would rather, well, okay, to put it more simply, a signal would be a sign that is intentionally produced to be recognized as a sign. So in that sense, yes, there was like something that I didn't really mention, and that was this sort of hidden distinction between sign and signal, yes. But, well, thank you. I'm sure we will have more discussion, yes. And I knew you would disagree. Thank you. Do we still have time?
We can take time for one more question.
Okay, so I will make it short. Brilliant presentation, Israel, as always. Thank you very much. And for this thought experiment, really great thought experiment. So I did thought about it. And I'm so curious about your result of this thought experiment, because for me, the most interesting is the hypothetic monkey number 3. The third one, I think it's not really possible if we consider Martinez's double articulation. So to have only a system with only second articulation, it's logically impossible as it comes second. Or even if you apply Peirce's non-reduction theorem, the dyadicity comes only after triadicity. So my question is, if according to you, is this even in potentiality possible to have this situation of the monkey number 3, or was just this like a provocation for us to think about that?
No, well, there are two aspects. I will try to be very quick. So first of all, I think that this proposal of analyzing sign systems by terms of articulation could be useful for hardcore biosemioticians, which are not me, but yeah, and who are working with proper biological questions. This is both Martinet and Prieto. And Prieto, he made this typology of, so for Prieto, the articulations are completely independent. So you can have, say, codes that have either one of them, or like just one of them. And an example is, an example of hypothetic monkeys number 3 would be the bus numbers of Tartu, which I have always been trying to make this analysis of what is the articulation of the bus numbers in Tartu. So the bus numbers in Tartu, you can have 2 routes. Say you have route 11 and route 12, and they have different paths. So one takes you, I don't know, from Nolvaku to Lounakeskus, and one takes you from Rogeline Park to Ayandi or something like this. So these are not the actual routes, but yeah. So these routes are number 11 and 12. So you can distinguish between the 2 components, but they don't carry any meaning. So they are just there to keep the signs, like the signifiers, different. But in themselves, they do not carry any meaning. The buses of Tartu, however, have this route 69 and 69A, which goes to Lounakeskus, but they leave from separate places. So there would be like a partial first articulation, to the extent that 69 and 8 would kind of stand for, like they would be signs in their own. Yeah, so thank you.
Our next speakers will be Philip Jaros and Carlo Brentani, speaking on organisms as subjects, Jacob van Uxküll and Adolf Portman on the autonomy of living beings and anthropological difference. All right.
Hello, I would like to thank organizers for their magnificent effort. And I will speak very shortly, and afterwards Carlo will continue. So I have already presented some thoughts about Portman's theoretical biology in last gatherings. So the first line is very familiar to all biosemioticians. Organisms are not machines. Adolf Portman was searching for a third way between mechanicism and vitalism. And his 2 crucial notions were of inwardness or centricity and self-presentation. So inwardness is capacity to interpret meanings in order to reach goals. And it's a holistic term, so it's more general than mind. This can be found in all organisms, and inwardness is not something which should be found in the inside of the organism, like topologically, but very similar to Joanna's presentation. We actually can see it with our eyes and feel it with our senses. So we should focus in aesthetic morphology on animal surfaces, which are basically the means of self-presentation of organic objects. So, for example, with the rituals in bird, like peacocks and so on, you can feel that there is something more than just function things going on. And Adolf Portman came with a very nice metaphor, theatrical metaphor, when he basically thought that there are 2 main ways of biology. The first one is the view from backstage. It could be found in many works of physiology, and it's analyzing the hidden work of makeup artists and lighting technicians, if you are thinking about a theatrical play. But biologists shouldn't forget about the view of the set age, which is classical morphology plus ethology. And here we are observing the action of the plate, and as spectators we can only understand what is going on in the stage if we use our senses and our everyday everyday knowledge of everyday life. Like, we can understand the play only as embodied living beings. And what Portman also was famous for was his original anthropology. Human growth follows the mammalian norm, but birth occurs much earlier than these norms would apply. So in monkeys and apes, the development, all the important stages of development come in utero. But with humans, there comes something which Portman called secondary altriciality. It means that we are born some 9 months before this norm would basically go. So there is this circle which means like a holistic approach to the development. So first you need to know that infant brains are very plastic, and they can mature only in so-called social warmth with adult caregivers, and these adult caregivers are also quite important for the very occasion of human birth. It's not only biological but also culture event with helpers, midwives to give birth to others. So this is the famous phenomenon of secondary altriciality. And with this biological founding of human uniqueness is why we can talk about biological humanism. So humans have a special position in evolution due to this phenomenon of secondary altriciality. Portman talked about so-called human triad, which is upright posture, linguistic utterances, and rational thought. So you can see that here are the physiological, morphological, and let's say cultural phenomenon linked into one holistic thing. And now when Carlo can continue, we are the only beings who are open to the world, and this was why Portman has become one of founding thinkers of philosophical anthropology.
Thank you, Philip. I jump in where Philip left, and I want to show that, in my opinion, there is in Hooke's school no separate discourse about human exceptionality or human peculiarity. There are many elements in favor of this point. In a foray into the worlds of animal and humans, the examples of the higher process of Umwelt formation, the search image, etc., come indifferently from human and non-human Umwelt. And moreover, there is in Hooke's school the propensity to assimilate the intraspecific variability in human Umwelt and with the general interspecific variability of the animal Umwelt. And as in the famous oak example, where a little girl and a forester see at the same thing of the Umwelt, thing in the Umwelt, with two different views. But there are at least 3 points that could be seen as hints that even Hooke's school thought about the possibility that the human species is somehow different. The first is that there is in our Umwelt an increase in the individual variability of the meaning and the function of the things of the Umwelt. There is more individual freedom. I don't read the quote because there is no time. There is more individual freedom. There is more behavioral plasticity, and these second level phenomena in the Umwelt constitution, such as the search image, the most familiar path, the territory, are more and more frequent. The second element is that in our spaces, the basic Funktionskreis, the basic functional circle, can be integrated by technical tools. This is a point that Uxkol did not further develop, but it's really interesting. The point is the Funktionskreis remains the same, but we can insert a kind of sub-kreis or sub-circle, and as far as I know, this is a possibility that just our spaces has. And the third element is that we are probably the only spaces that can intentionally and systematically modify the Umwelt and the Umwelts of other species. This was a path that Uxkol and Saris explored in their practice as trainer of guide dogs for blind people. This is a model of a phantom man. But I don't want to say that we are the only species that modifies the Umwelts of other species, because normal interactions are the rule. The point is that probably we are the only one that can do it with such intentionality and systematicity. Sorry. After these three elements on the possibility to find, even in Uxkol, some idea of the peculiarity of the human spaces, I will close with two slides that are a kind of resume of this paper that Philip and I wrote together. And this is the first, an attempt to compare some categories that can be developed starting from Portman and Uxkol. And this is the last one, and here I stay a little more because one of the focuses of our joint paper was to show that even if both Portman and Uxkol are somehow alternative biologists, they are very different. That they both propose the idea that meaning is a natural phenomenon, and that many organisms can give meaning to the Umwelt or to the structures around them. But the source of the meaning as biological phenomenon is very different, because it is in Uxkol a kind of Kantian heritage, the idea of the constitution, the transcendental constitution of the Umwelt, whereas for Portman is more the idea of self-expression. I think we cannot find in Uxkol the idea of self-expression, because we don't have a self independent from expression. In Portman there is this idea of the inwardness that is something that can be seen only after its expression. But another difference is the sphere in which the meaning deploys and in which the meaning is conferred. In Uxkol is more the environment, in Portman is more the body, and there is in Portman a more direct stressing of the idea that meaning can be directly embodied and shown on the surfaces of the body. I think we can stop in order to leave time to eventually questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have about 7 minutes for questions, actually, so plenty of time. 8 minutes, actually.
Thank you for your talk. Just a small question, I think. One important factor for you in distinguishing was domestication on purpose. You could tell the story of the domestication of the dog as not on purpose by humans, right? But as wolves coming closer to human settlements and the dog domesticating itself to the humans over time, wouldn't that be a problem for you? I'm not sure whether it's true, but you could tell this narrative.
I think that we should distinguish a theory of the origins of domestications that can be seen in terms of a spontaneous interactions between two species, and a kind of further evolution of domestication, which is now the technical modification of other species' behavior. I think that at the beginning it is very difficult to see such a degree of intentionality. You're right. It has been probably a spontaneous process, where in the Umwelten the experience spheres of both species can tune together, have been tuned together, but in even the model of this phantom man that I shown to you seems to attempt to show that there is something more complex in the way we domesticate animals, or we domesticate animals now. Thank you. Don't know if I answered.
Would you say that biosemiotics in general is leaning towards a continuist narrative rather than this, in conjunction with a pluralist narrative? Or there is still some resistance towards continuism, for instance, because of the semiotic threshold arbitrarily used, or the symbolic threshold?
In my opinion, as far as Jakob von Uexküll is concerned, there is a kind of continuity that is not gradualism. It's a continuity that is made of the subsequent presentation of discontinuities. It can be quite paradoxical, but I think that between the Umwelten of different spaces there is always discontinuity, and it's a kind of series of qualitative differences. This is a model that is very rare to be found in philosophy of animality. I'm a philosopher of formation, because normally a philosopher think through a direct opposition. Either there is gradualism or there is a qualitative difference, either quantitative difference or qualitative differences. And I think that in Jakob von Uexküll there is the possibility to have many qualitative differences, many discontinuities in the biosemiotic field, and it's something that is. The problem is that many interpretations of Jakob von Uexküll didn't see that, starting from Max Scheler and the whole philosophical anthropology, Heidegger. They tried to insert in Jakob von Uexküll's thought a sharp distinction between, for instance, Welt und Umwelt, a word and a word of experience is for man, and Umwelt is for animals. In this way, Uexküll would be traced back to a kind of unique qualitative difference for human. What I think he was not a representative. But this question is also for you.
So we can comment one more on this table. So Jakob von Uexküll would definitely be put into pluralism. So like its narrative of discontinuity, and Carlos, the diffuse discontinuities model would be a good example of it. Portman is another question. So like he was known as a member of this philosophical anthropology movement. Carlo just commented on that. But at the same time, there is, according to Portman, there is no hiatus between animals and humans. Like humans are like qualitatively different from other animals. And for example, it's also similar to Sibiok that we can say that language is really something which cannot find, there is no similar semiotic system in the world otherwise. So there is a qualitative difference, but it doesn't mean that there is ontological difference between humans and other species.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Philip, you mentioned you were talking about theatrics, the paying attention to what the makeup artist and the lighting designer would be doing in behind a performance of, say, a peacock and the mating dances. What would that be?
Yeah, thank you. Like, it could clarify what I meant. So makeup artists would be genes or some physiological connection. So for example, hormones, like that would be the view. Okay, so peacock, when it's courting a female, so there is some arousal, physiological arousal, and the dance you can see is just a causative effect of this. And really we can study it by this way, and biologists do it. But Portman said, well, but to understand the target of the show, like actually to have the first grasp of that what's going on, it's some courtship. We need to be spectators and understand it as living beings which from their own life know something similar. And only after you are able to see it from the stage, you can actually also take aesthetic pleasure from what's going on. And Portman thought that this is something very important going in the evolution, that it's also about this aesthetic appearances and so on.
Our next speaker will be Silver Ratasep, speaking on transactional Umwelt, neither upgrading the body nor downgrading the mind. You have no slides.
Hello, everyone. Closer, right. So, I'm very glad to be here, but I'm especially glad that I actually managed to make it here. So, this is the last presentation for today. Everybody's already tired, but not as tired as I am, because I've been traveling since 4:30 in the morning. So I hope it's fine for you if I'll be relatively, hopefully quick and probably confusing, or actually I suspect I'm gonna be crude and simple. So, okay, the entire thing is that I didn't even have like a thesis or an argument that I wanted to present, but just I had an idea for a change of pace, and I thought I'd present you this relatively simple idea and to ask you like what you think about it. Is it useful? Because I'm very uncertain about this. And this sort of a speculative idea is as simply as follows. So here's my claim, which I'm unsure about. So the idea is that the genesis of relations maybe results from internal differentiation, and that the relata are generated as a result of this process. So this means that a relationship, this is like I'm speculating about in general terms what a relationship is, very broadly. So it's not something exterior and imposed, but rather an internal division. It's a process of separation and individuation, and not sort of pulling together of originally disparate part. And my particular interest was whether, and here I need the help of actual biologists, that maybe Umwelt can also conceived of in this manner, so that the organism-environment distinction is a consequence of separation and individuation. And I wanted to say somehow that maybe organism and environment are not really the preconditions for something like an umwelt to appear, but maybe it's the other way around. In the relational processes of functional cycles, the consequence of some processes result in this distinction, the separation. So that's the basic idea. The original idea came from a topic that everybody knows very well, because everybody knows that nature-culture dualism is bad. And but moreover, everybody has already overcome it. But the problem with that is that I had a distinct feeling that the overcomings are just as set in stone, rigid, and problematic as the supposed overcoming. Because, to be very, very crude here, most of these overcomings of dualisms are basically only a decision in favor of one or the other part of it. You either reduce everything to biology or physics, or you just, like phenomenology does, for example, you discover the body and then place it in the position of the mind. You describe it as if it was a mind. So that's the sort of origin, and then I discovered three sort of interlinked authors, or in my mind, three sort of ideas, conceptions that fit together very well. John Dewey's concept of transaction, Gregory Bateson's concept of schismogenesis, and Gilbert Simondon's individuation. And if you put these together, then you can perhaps make an argument of the kind I want to talk about here. So transactionalism is probably very well known to many semioticians. It's a simple idea that when two things are in a relationship, then the participants in a relationship are somehow different from what they would be if they were not in that particular relationship. So they contrast it with a more standard conception, the interactional concept of relations, which is simply that a relationship is as if a separate element that is added to the system. You have a thing, and you have another thing, and then they get together, and then the getting together is called a relationship. But their idea is simply that if two things are in a relationship, they are substantially different from what they would be when they are separate. Okay, this maybe is pretty clear. Gregory Bateson's Schismogenesis from this first anthropological proper sort of book, Naven. This is a thing that anthropologists have noticed. If two groups of people live close together, they are like different groups, different tribes or whatever, but they live close together, they trade, they interact, maybe do intermarriages and so on. As a result of that process, the two groups deliberately start to distinguish themselves from the other part. So because of their close linkages, they turn ever increasingly opposite, distinct. Bateson calls this complementary differentiation. So I like this concept, schismogenesis, because it's maybe very suitable for some semiotic processes that being close together leads into increasing separation. So that's the basic idea. So Simondon. Simondon is a strange author because mostly it is, it's a juxtaposition of ancient Greek metaphysics and 20th century physics. But his problem is very similar to Dew and Bentley's. So he just goes through the same thing that, we assume that individuals pre-exist there, not in his case, not relations, but individuation. Here's a quote. Was talking about Aristotelian hylomorphism, substance as matter and form, and he writes that suppose that there is a principle of individuation prior that this hylomorphism presumes or supposes that there is a principle of individuation prior to individuation itself that is capable of explaining, producing, and guiding it. And this is what we should rethink, because, as he writes, such a perspective grants an ontological privilege to the already constituted individual. So the process is gone. Right. Is it fine if I skip another long quote from Simon Dawn because I'm too tired to read it? Basically, it just means that as I was arguing, or as my thesis is, and I'm sure Simon Dawn would agree with me here, that individuation is some sort of an internal division. In his case, his emphasis is always that even if there is a process of this sort of distinguishing and separation, the both sides always retain something from the other. Well, it's not a process that can never end. I found a wonderful bit from Uexküll's Theory of Meaning, so where he talks about or quotes Goethe, that if the eye were not sun-like, it could never behold the sun, and then Uexküll says, but if the sun were not eye-like, it could not shine in any sky. So this is very sort of Uexküllian version of the same idea. And sometimes I also was checking some text from Uexküll, and sometimes it feels that he wears or is uncertain about which way around this thing should be. Just this quote, and then I will soon finish. He writes that the effect world and the perception world together make a comprehensive whole. This is the famous quote, the Umwelt. The entire functional circle formed from inner world and Umwelt, the latter divisible into effect world and perception world, and this constitutes the whole. For each part belongs to the others. So both of these possibilities are here, like the latter is divisible into something, or it is formed from the juxtaposition. And anyway, I did look around a little bit whether someone had written something along these lines in biosemiotics. So I didn't do a good job, so I expect that you will give me the actual sources. But 2 quotes to end this quick talk. One is very brief from Kalevi Kull, who at some point wrote that if Umwelt is made of relations of semiotic bonds, we can conclude that organisms are derivatives of sign relations and not vice versa. So that's basically what I want to say. And the other is from Frederick Sternfeld, who couldn't be here, in a completely different context. But it's a resonance, not a topic here. That is important. So he writes, evolution then subdivides, sophisticates, and articulates proto-propositions, gradually achieving growing autonomy of its parts. So instead of an ongoing construction from building blocks, semiotic evolution is the ongoing subdivision and autonomization of a reasoning process having its first proto-form in metabolism. So that's the closest I found that is basically the same what I want to say about Umwelt. That's it.
Thank you very much, Silver. And we have plenty of time for discussion. If you would raise your hand, we'll start here and then go to Timo.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was enjoyable. Were you here this morning for our talk on Simondon?
I arrived at 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I think it's recorded.
I arrived an hour ago, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, plenty of time to talk about that. But my question is, Yeah, this is really great because, like you, I'm looking for similar, in the literature, similar ideas. And just really briefly, I came across something. I'm just getting into Lotman myself, and I'm wondering if on the semiosphere, there's like one line where he talks about this idea of the biosphere being a film, and then that film, I interpreted the line being something along the lines of individuation, that it wasn't we started from a bunch of individuals or even individual cells, but that the biosphere was, well, what Simondon would call it, associated milieu perhaps, and then that the associated milieu individuates from there. And I was wondering if you have a comment on if that's would be your understanding of Lotman.
Without specifically looking into things, I'm not sure if I can have any comment. It's well known that relations between biosemiotics and Lotman, they don't fit together that well, and there have been attempts, of course, but and it's. I'll write everybody's answers or questions down, and then I will answer them later. So sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
Thanks. I think my question a bit goes to a similar direction, namely in like Uexküll's works, at least in the Theory of Meaning, sorry. There are like two different layers. So there is this layer of Umwelt and functional cycle, and then there is this layer of Symphony of Nature. Yes. So I'm just wondering if you would like to or try to transpose that what you said to the kind of ecosystem layer. Is it possible at all? So is your argument very much connected with like organism, individual organism? Or if it's possible, what would happen? What would we get as a result?
This needs to be looked into, because after all, on the one hand, it is so easy to think basically of ecosystems. It's easy to think of ecosystems as basically, it's a collection of already present individual organisms. But indeed, the other hand, yes, exactly. Maybe there is something here, because on the other hand, the sort of ecological relations and the balances and the sort of they are so closely knit that there is no such thing as an organism without its environment. But the thing that maybe I would like to ask you to help me out with is some sort of specific biological processes. Like, does it make sense biologically? Because I'm a philosopher, I don't know that much about biology, so maybe Timo, you should help me out here, not that I can answer you. I am very tired. Maybe no more questions, if it's fine.
Okay, thank you, and I think we have some announcements. Just a minute.
So, party starting from 7 in the garden. If you exit the hall this way, take a left, go through the arch, and continue straight. There's another gate. Go down. Well, you'll see the sign. And it's going to go till 11. Also, remember that tomorrow we're in a different building. Kriškos Keho 10. Yes, Velka Aula is the name of the room, but there will also be signage, and there will also be a general email in the morning with all of this information. Yeah, it's close. If you go down this way, get on the main road, take the first right, and go directly to the end of the street, it's on the corner there. And there will be signage on the outside. Yes. Is there food at the party? There will be food at the party. So you don't actually have to go anywhere, but it'll take us a bit to set up.